The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, as we get closer and closer to the start of the regular season in the NFL, it seems like our predictions, or maybe not ours, but national media outlets are getting more and more ridiculous. Or we're missing something. So we'll try to figure that out today. Not just me and Connor Thomas, but Johnny the K, who is back from vacation. Oh, he's back. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I believe it would be a failure for the Philadelphia Eagles, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, if they do not win the NFC East. The Eagles have had a quiet training camp.
And to me, I look at it and say, it's wonderful to have peace and serenity out in South Philly.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. He's back. Johnny, good morning.
And a good morning to you.
I hope you had an incredible time. I hope you are well rested. You yawned once already.
I did yawn. I didn't know.
On.
I haven't been up before. No alarm set on vacation, so
Of course not.
it was the latest I slept was 7:50, which is a lot considering when you get up at 4.
At 4, yeah,
when you get up
absolutely.
at 4, your body's not in that shape, but it was amazing, absolutely awesome. And Avalon, you are a special kind of magic.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. And,
Very nice.
It's the great time. That's the vacation I used to do. Through Labor Day, and then all of a sudden you wake up and football season's right around the corner.
It's beautiful time.
It's a very great strategic move by you. This is why you're smart and logical.
I think it's a great week.
Until you and I debate things.
Oh,
and
we
I
will
think
have
you're
some
wrong.
of that going on, too. By the way, met many Kincade and Salciunas and 97.5 The Fanatic listeners over the course of the week.
They must
down
stream,
the shore.
They must stream down there.
Almost everybody seemed like they were from Malvern,
Okay.
Haddonfield.
Yeah.
Met like 3 people from Haddonfield.
That's a big Jersey spot,
I
man.
mean, it was a lot of people, and met listeners even at 69th and Dune.
How about that?
Wonderful family right there at that beautiful house that I'll gladly, anytime
you want to
anytime
head
it's
over.
open. Yeah, it was great. A lot of fun.
Well,
Had a great time.
It's good to have you back. Connor
Good to
and
be
Brendan
here.
did tremendous work
I heard
while
that they
you were
did.
out.
I did not really sample. I heard a little bit yesterday morning. A little bit yesterday morning, but that was it.
Well,
I tried to really disconnect.
Well, you are back, and we're happy to have you
Ready
back.
to go.
And we can't wait because Friday is the first game for the Eagles this season. I can't believe that we're here.
Are you
and
liking
we get
it
games
more?
Thursday.
Are you liking it more that it's Friday night?
No, I don't think I'd never.
Than more the first weekend?
Yes, I never not liked it because I get to now sit down the rest of Sunday stress-free. Like, I get to just watch the rest of the league. I've said this numerous years, and I know I get flack for it. I appreciate the bye week, doing what we do. Not because I want a day off. No, because I just want to watch a Sunday free of stress-free football and not having to take notes. Because we watch games a little bit differently. I know we are fans, but we're also getting ready for work.
Sure.
Right? Especially a Sunday night game and the quick turnaround on the Monday morning show. I've not experienced that yet. I'll be getting that literally week 2 because it's Monday Night Football week 2.
Fun.
Yeah,
and
I can't wait.
Believe me, it is a change of lifestyle.
But, I value the bye week. I value the Eagles playing on a Thursday or a Monday because then I have the rest of the week Sunday. Obviously, I don't like it when they play Thursday in terms of the team element, but
Correct.
in terms of my own personal benefit of watching games without feeling the stress. And when the Eagles are on, if they're on at 1 o'clock, I'm not paying attention to any other 1 o'clock game. If the Eagles are played Monday night, I can watch every Monday 1 o'clock game on Sunday, 4 o'clock game, and then, of course, Sunday Night Football.
See, my favorite thing, though, is, and I don't like Thursday Night Football, but I do enjoy it when my team's already got a win in the books, and then I'm watching everybody else play.
Right, exactly.
Like, even the 1 o'clock game is great. When you win your 1 o'clock game,
the rest of the day's beautiful.
and then you watch the 4 and you watch the 8 and you watch Monday night, and you've already got the win in the column, you're like, okay, it feels pretty good. Football's here. It was 54. It was 54 in Landview this morning. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
So I would just say football's here. Connor's miserable about the temperature, but not about football being back.
He'll get over it because football warms everybody's soul up, Connor.
That's true. So much fun.
It's like a hot toddy for the soul.
So I want to react to 2 projections / predictions. Okay? This is where we're going to start the show because it's going to lead to me asking if we are missing something. Because, John, there's been a set theme on this show.
Okay.
You and I have been very positive about the Eagles, right? Floor for us is 11-6.
Yes, that's the floor.
Not even 10.
No,
11-6 is the floor for the Philadelphia Eagles. A ceiling, hell, of 14-3, not maybe the most logical scenario, but it is a ceiling. A ceiling's a ceiling, and the Eagles have all this firepower on offense, and the defense could click under Vic Fangio, and you actually have upside with the defensive players as opposed to last year's a bunch of dinosaurs who played okay the first half of the season, and I say okay lightly. And then all of a sudden they fell apart the second half of the year because there's no upside. There is upside with this Eagles defense. Now, we are looking at it from a total local perspective.
We are.
We see this offense, and we basically went through an entire year, John, where we went, how is this offense not better? We lived through that last year. Last year, we questioned everything because we saw the talent offensively. We know what they did the previous year when they got to the Super Bowl, and they were doing nothing offensively. The defense the previous season went to the Super Bowl as well. Were they great? No. Well, 70 sacks is great, but, you saw the talent. You lost 5 starters. You go into the following season, and then they were horrible. I mean, like, the difference from 2022 to 2023 was night and day. It was unbelievable. It looks like it's going to be better this year. So I know that we look at it from such a local perspective. We're not diving as deep into the other teams as we are the Philadelphia Eagles. But, John, once again, as you and I have talked about this on numerous occasions, and you have already penciled them in, etched in stone, that they will be playing in the NFC Championship game and hosting the NFC Championship game. Are we missing something?
I don't believe we are, but I do believe this. I think that this is something you do in our business. That might be where people, instead of missing something, where other people are missing something. We're close to this. We consume it, whatever. But we are also hypercritical.
Yes.
So I would consider that when we're positive as hypercritical Eagles fans, then that means it's the Peter King syndrome. When I would read Peter King in Monday Morning Quarterback or Sports Illustrated, Peter King doesn't know as much about the Eagles as Jeff McLane does.
Right.
Peter King doesn't know as much about the Eagles as Andrew DiCecco does. But he would know the whole league.
Right.
Sometimes being close to it, we always portray being close to a situation as being bad. I don't believe it's always bad. And I think people are dwelling on what happened last year at the end of the year, and they're not looking at it from the perspective of last year was a complete anomaly.
Yeah.
It was wild.
I mean, Connor and I talked about this yesterday. Like, if you just redid that season, you simulated it 100 times, that scenario that played out the way that it did probably only happens once.
Yeah, I mean,
like the other 99 times.
It's the unlikely scenario.
Right.
And it happens. Now, remember, some of the DNA has changed, some of it, and there were problems. But I believe the changes in the coaching staff were the major problem, and I'm glad to see that that's gone.
So I want to go through 2 articles with you guys this morning as the show goes on. One from USA Today and one from ESPN, and eventually we'll get to one from CBS because a lot of guys are making their final predictions, right? The first game is Thursday night. You got to get everything on record, right, so that you can either say, see, look, I'm a genius, or you could do old takes exposed, or you can make an excuse as to why your prediction wasn't correct. So CBS has a team of 6 people.
Okay.
That did their division winners and how the playoffs play out. So out of the 6, 3 of them have the Eagles winning the division. The other 3 have the Cowboys winning the division. So it's split 50-50.
You're not offended by that, are you?
I'm not offended by it. But again, this goes, and this will be a conversation for both this article and the ESPN article. Am I missing something? I have the Eagles winning the division comfortably.
You say comfortably. I say it's going to be December 29th. Week 17. The second to the last game.
Right.
At home. Eagles will win. Eagles will salt the division away that night.
Okay.
That day. That's what I'm saying. Week 17. I don't know how comfortable that is, but I mean, I get you. I also believe they're winning the division.
I think they win the division by it's not a week 18 they have to play. I really don't think so. So it could be your scenario where it's week 17 or it's week 16. Like, I don't see the Cowboys win this division. Now, maybe am I looking at it too much from the Eagles' perspective and how much talent they have offensively and the coordinators that they brought in? And, I know what happened last season, and I don't expect that to happen again. I expect the guys like Jalen Hurts to come out this year with like a man on the mission. Same with A.J. Brown. I remember A.J. Brown, there was that story that came out randomly during the offseason where he started his offseason training earlier because of how pissed off he was from the previous season. Like, there's an attitude.
And it looks like he's let himself go a little bit.
Yeah, he looks horrible. There seems to be an attitude coming out of NovaCare. Right now, I'm not there like I was spring training with the Phillies, and I kind of read the situation that there was a certain mindset with the Phillies players. But we have spoken with a lot of people that have told us that they put a lot of that stuff behind them. Everything was put to bed. They're focused on this season. They're not focused on last year. Maybe I'm looking at it too closely, and I'm not looking at it closely enough for the Cowboys. But for a team of 6 people who cover the NFL to be split 50-50, honestly, man, I'm surprised by that. I would imagine that 1 or 2 say the Cowboys, but 50-50?
Okay, what do you know every year about CBS, NFL Network, ESPN, Yahoo?
They don't bat 1,000 and there's a bias?
No, there's always a what gets clicks.
Okay.
Dallas Cowboys. And how many predictions from last year's preseason or any other preseason can you go back and remind me of? Because we don't think of them.
Right.
This is fast food. This is pulling up to a window, grabbing your Wendy's double or grabbing that breakfast burrito and filling that need, and you forget about it 2 days later. These writers, they do the same thing, but they know the more you talk about Dallas, the more clicks you get.
Okay.
And that's how they're paid.
Now,
that's the way I look at it as far as that. I don't think they put as much into predictions as we do locally, where we're talking to one fan base every day,
right,
every year, where we put real in it because we're gonna get a ration of crap if we're wrong.
Right. Now, here's the crazy thing though. So unfortunately, there's no reasoning.
Oh, they don't give the reasoning?
They didn't give the reasoning.
Okay.
And that bums me out because this guy, Jarrett Bell, who writes for USA Today.
Okay.
He's one of the 3 NFL people for USA Today that did not pick the Eagles to win the division.
All right.
And I'm not offended by it.
Okay, fine.
But I'm offended by the Eagles not making the playoffs.
He has the Eagles not making the playoffs?
So his NFC division winners, Cowboys, Lions, Falcons.
Okay.
And Rams.
No
and Rams, I'm sorry. In the West. So that means the 49ers did not win the West, which I know that's...
I think they're taking a step back.
That's been talked about.
That's fine with me.
But so he has the wild card teams as Niners, Packers, Bucks. If the Eagles don't make the playoffs, forget, Sirianni's going to be fired and Jalen Hurts, you got to think about trading him. I would have to question life. Like, I would have to question my opinion on sports. Like, there is no way this Eagles team can't make the playoffs.
There is a way. Catastrophic injury, the only one.
Of course.
The only
but
one.
He's not projecting catastrophic injury.
Well,
at least I don't think.
That's what I'm saying. So I would say Mr. Bell is out of his mind. And that's how I look at it, is that it is. But remember, you're trying to get eyeballs. And I think for a lot of these guys, they take their flyer because they know nobody is going to go back and say, hey, remember you picked the Eagles. Nobody remembers.
Right.
Nobody remembers. Nobody cares.
Now, ultimately, they all, I guess, did their evaluation, their W's and L's and all that stuff. So they put together the overall USA Today projections, and they have the Eagles winning the division.
All right.
With an 11-6 record. So
an 11-6 record? Okay, it's fine. That's the floor.
There's the floor, and they win the division. They have the Packers coming out of the NFC as the Super Bowl
team.
One of the teams, thank you. And the Jets winning the Super Bowl. There's a lot of Jets love all of a sudden.
Wow, that's just ridiculous.
But still, there are people that have the Eagles not even make the playoffs. Then I'll turn your attention to ESPN's FPI.
Okay, you do not like the FPI. You've been
Did you hear me yesterday?
No.
Oh, I said I gotta Thanos that bitch.
Oh, I'm telling you this.
I gotta find the cords and snip them.
I believe it's Melvin Belvin in the back room that they just had hammer out that stuff because it makes no sense.
It makes no sense.
It makes no sense.
And
I know last year there was the FPI. I think you can go back a year because I read it a couple weeks ago. The FPI told them that the Eagles were better than Dallas, but the Dallas's win total was better or something.
Yeah, it's weird.
There was some stupid calculation where they were coming up with.
And I hate it. I hate it. But they use all their data, all their analysis.
Oh, yeah, sure they do.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
So they have the Eagles winning the NFC East.
Okay.
Which I go, all right,
fine.
let's go, FPI. You know, you're on my side. I appreciate it. In the blurb, I read the first sentence, and I gasped outwardly.
What'd they say?
Entering Week 13, the Philadelphia Eagles will be 6-6.
No, they won't.
2 games behind the Dallas Cowboys and uncertain of a playoff berth. Guys, if the Eagles are 6-6,
Sirianni's fired no matter what happens.
I might quit.
Sirianni's fired.
I can't talk about 6 losses.
No,
in the
we're
first,
not doing that.
Like, honestly, I'm serious. For the betterment of my health, I might quit. I can't talk about 6 losses in the first 12 weeks of an Eagles season, coming off of last year, with going into this season with all the expectations that we have, with all the excitement that we have portrayed on this show. I know we've gotten pushback, John. You as a witness, we've gotten lots of pushback from a lot of fans. There have been national people. You guys had Will Brinson on a couple weeks ago when I was out, who originally predicted the Eagles to go 9-8. Like, there are people that think less of the Eagles than we do, and that's fine. And nobody's saying that they're winning the Super Bowl on this show. We've had a couple of callers, and that's as expected. That's what we get every single year. But 6-6 through 12 games?
That's not happening. It doesn't make sense is that I think that we have relived the 2023 Eagles season and that collapse over and over again every day. We've litigated it. We've studied it. We've talked about it. The national media, that's their last memory of the 2023 Eagles. They're not immersed in this team. They don't bathe in it.
This is a computer.
They don't bathe in it every day.
This isn't a media member. This is a computer.
Yeah, but when I hear people say that, it's not, because it's programmed by somebody. It's programmed with their inherent biases in whatever formula they decide to use. And I promise you this, the ESPN bias is always going to be to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes, that's true.
Because it helps business. And if it's there. It is absolutely there. A computer program is designed by somebody.
Right.
So what is it designed to spit out? If it's garbage in, it's garbage out.
Now,
it doesn't mean that it's – don't tell me anything's fair. Well, this is a completely fair formula. Is it? If anybody can explain to me, like, what the QBR is.
Right.
Compared to the QB – what's the other one? The QBR –
passer rating.
And then the passer rating. If anybody can explain – can honestly explain the statistic to me without Googling it, and just say off the top of their head what it is. You can't.
Right.
You can't.
Andrew Zacheko could. He seems like a guy that would know that.
Andrew could. He very well could.
So what's amazing, 6-6, they have been winning the last 5 games. So 5-game winning streak.
They should win the last 5. Last year they should have also.
They have them at 11-6, entering the playoffs as the 2 seed, and then losing in the first round of the Bears. I don't know what's
Come on, man.
I don't know what would be worse for me, honestly. A 6-6 start or losing in the playoffs to Caleb Williams in the first round.
I'm telling
Chicago
you this.
Bears.
I will raise my hand, and they can remind me of it when he makes his 3rd Pro Bowl. I don't see it with Caleb Williams.
Ooh.
I don't see it. I do not. I saw a guy who absolutely turtled every opportunity he had, a big opportunity in college. Every opportunity, big game opportunities, he turtled.
I'd be careful with that one, Johnny.
Well, I'm bold and beautiful on this one, baby. It is, I absolutely don't say. Do I see him as a starting quarterback in the NFL? Sure. With the status of starting quarterbacks in the NFL? Absolutely. Do I see him being this is a guy, oh man, the Bears finally got it right. No, they didn't.
That'd be something to pay attention to. Number 1 overall pick. So, I want to ask this question again at 610-632-0975. Thank God we're getting closer to the start of the regular season.
Can't believe it.
Are we missing something? And is this even possible? Again, catastrophic injury aside, is a 6-6 start, according to ESPN's data analysis FPI Football Power Index, is a 6-6 start even possible? Is the Eagles not making the playoffs, like one of the guys from USA Today wrote, even possible. I don't even see these as possible scenarios because that means the offense is not as good, or Jalen Hurts is not a good quarterback, or Nick Sirianni is such a bad influence of a head coach, and even though he's not in the meeting rooms as much anymore offensively, and he's just a little bit more involved defensively, his involvement was enough to put a sour taste in everybody's mouth of the Eagles. Like, is that really going to happen? I don't see it.
6-6. No.
But we always
That's not happening.
John, we get a text every single day about, you guys seem to be ignoring this. So let's talk it out a little bit. It's 610-632-0975. It's good to have you back, Johnny. You missed a lot of fun Phillies games while you were gone to react to on the radio. I would like to get your thoughts on the Phillies turnaround since your vacation.
Yes.
And I want to know if those bets you made with some Phillies fans, if you've still stayed in contact
I'm not
with them.
hearing from them as much.
It's Kincade and Salciunas right here on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic or Softy.
And on this Tuesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic, game week.
Yes.
As the Eagles begin the season on Friday against the Packers. And, of course, we get our first taste of NFL football Thursday night when the Chiefs and Ravens battle. Johnny, it is good to have you back. I would love to hear from some people today on the text line and the phone line at 610-632-0975. When it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles, are we missing something? And are any of these predictions/projections even possible?
Can I tweak it a little bit into, if we're missing something, what is it?
Yes. I mean, what is it?
Because when you're talking about predictions, if you're saying the Eagles are going to be, like if someone tells me the Eagles are going to be 6-6, then you're telling me that either Washington or the Giants are going to be a lot better than expected, and Dallas is going to be a lot better than expected. So there have to be cause and effect to things going, you guys are missing it. The Eagles are going to be 6-6. Then, okay, tell me what's going to happen. Like when I hear Kevin Cooney and his 1-3, 0-4 start stuff.
Right.
Which Kevin would have the ultimate in-yo face.
Yeah, if that was accurate.
If he's right. To me, I got to hear, tell me about the Saints. Tell me about
the Saints.
Tell me about like I have to hear about these other teams, because if you're telling me the floor is falling out from under the Eagles, that means other teams have to be taking a step forward. I don't see that.
Right.
As much as I don't see the Eagles collapsing. I don't see that. Where these other teams are powerful ascending teams.
Right.
I see a very weak NFC.
Now,
I really do.
We're not going to do W's and L's here. All right. But 12 games, the 12th game of the season is the Ravens game for the Eagles. So,
sure. Thanksgiving weekend.
Yes. Basing this off of the projection of ESPN's Football Power Index, which I hate. I despise it. But I'm a man that likes to read both sides of a party, whether it's politics or sports.
All right.
Right? Like I want to see, am I missing something? Can I learn something
what
here
are you missing?
That's going to add to my point or subtract from my point? So the Ravens would be that 12th game. So let's just talk about this for a second. 6 losses because ESPN has them 6-6. The Ravens-Rams, you want to chalk that up as 2 L's back-to-back weeks?
So you're saying,
sure.
You're going, okay, Ravens-Rams, let's assume that somehow they lose both of those games, which they absolutely could.
They could. The Cowboys game, the first one is on the road.
I think that is a loss.
They split. We have them winning at home, which is December 29th. So there's 3 losses. So that means we need to find 3 more losses out of the Packers, Falcons, Saints, Bucks, Browns, Giants, Bengals, Jags, Commanders.
Bengals, you and I both believe that is going to be a hell of a game. That is
that's 4 losses.
That is a 5, and that's if you count the Rams as a definite loss, which I do not.
Right, and
I think the Rams are going to be. I think the Rams are going to be really good. I really do. I think they're going to be a better team than they've been, but I don't believe that the Rams are better than the Eagles.
Right. But here's basically,
that doesn't mean the Eagles win that game.
What we just did, John. Any team that will probably be good this year, we have the Eagles not automatically. We have the Eagles losing to them in this little exercise to try to find 6 losses. Here's the deal. The Eagles are also a very good football team. They're not going to lose all these games.
No, they're not. They're going to win a game. They're going to win a game at some point every single season. Can we all agree? They're going to win a game we don't expect them to win, so that we have penciled in as a loss.
Right.
And they're going to win. So it's going to be either the Bengals game, the Ravens game, or the first Cowboy game. One of those 3, which I all have in my mind, I've already penciled in losses.
Mm-hmm.
Each month, by the way, so like months apart.
Right.
One of those games, the Eagles are going to win, and we're not going to be expecting it. And then one Monday, we're going to come in here and go, son of a, how'd they lose that game to that team? Those 2 things are going to happen, but they'll wipe each other out.
Exactly.
They're going to wipe each other out. I mean, it's so bad, and the end of the season is so favorable for the Eagles, but we said that last year.
That's true.
The end of the season last year was supposed to be a clean sweep building up into the postseason. That's the way it's supposed to be this year, too. After that Ravens game, the Panthers, the Steelers at home, at the Commodes, home with the Cowboys and the Giants. It should be a great run to the finish line. They are not going to be 6-6.
Well, that's the thing.
Going into that.
Great run to the finish line. The ESPN Football Power Index has them winning those last 5 weeks and finishing 11-6. But my beef is that they have them starting 6-6. If they start 6-6, you said it earlier, Nick Sirianni very well could be fired.
No, I think Nick Sirianni won't be fired in season, but he'll be fired.
Okay.
Like, they will look at that as, this guy's done.
Right.
He's not doing enough with the resources we've given him. At the end of this year, unless it ends in a parade or a Super Bowl, he's done.
And 6-6 means either the defense is abysmal. I mean, bad, or the offense is not as good as we expect it to be, and that falls on one guy, Jalen Hurts.
What's your vote if you were to say, if someone said to you right now, the Eagles, let's say the Eagles, we woke up and said the Eagles were 6-6. Are we all of a common mind to say we all then would go, boy, this defense just fell apart?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I don't believe with Kellen Moore we're going to see this offense do anything but be really good. They may be superior. They may be super excellent.
Right. I mean,
at that point.
To go 6-6, you're going to have multiple games where you give up like 35-plus points.
Right. Because they're not going to finish with under 24 points in 6 out of 12 games.
Right.
Like, that's not going to happen.
And are there multiple teams in that 12-game stretch that's going to hang like 35-plus on you?
If I said to you right now, 24 and a half over-under points per game, how many games would you be willing to bet the Eagles are at 25 and above? Just off the top of your head, not
14.
doing it by game.
14 of them.
Yeah, I would go 13.
I think I'd go 13.
Okay.
But I think you're going to say that's going to be a number that we're penciling in. And I do believe Vic Fangio is going to be competent enough that they will be able to keep some of these teams on their schedule where they're not going to be putting up that.
Right. I don't think so either. Steve checks in on Twitter. The thing is, every team is flawed. Dallas has one wide receiver and no running back. San Francisco has a hurt McCaffrey and an average offensive line and off-field drama. Detroit has an average quarterback. Green Bay has a shaky defense. No team is perfect in the NFC. And all of that, I agree. But here's the deal. I think the Eagles are pretty damn closer to not as flawed like those teams.
I disagree with it all, though. As far as that guy, I don't believe Detroit has an average quarterback.
Yeah, you think he's better?
I absolutely do.
I think
he's the top 10.
And you actually
I think he's the top 10 quarterback easily.
You think Detroit takes a step back? I think Detroit wins that division.
I think Detroit takes from last year, they take at least when I say step back, at least a one-game step back in record. I think San Francisco is going to do the same. I don't think that there's every other team has got things that are going to go on too. Green Bay is absolutely taking a step forward. That was a 9-8 team last year. That was not a 9-8 football team that played their best ball the last 7-8 games. While the Eagles were sliding, Green Bay was ascending.
Right.
And but they are a team that has, and all you got to do is just go and read what they're saying about the Packers in Packerland. They still have the same questions, and are we overrating this team? Seems to be I think every single person who writes about the Packers
says the same
has
thing.
done that in the past week going, are we sort of overrating this team? Are we penciling them in too early?
Yeah, it's a fair question because I think everybody is.
Yeah, because Jordan Love is all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre in their primes.
They're rolled into one.
Yeah, and the defense is still not good in Green Bay. Like the Eagles' offense, unless you're Mr. Patient, Connor Thomas, even though you kind of let it slip a few times that you're not as patient as it seems to be.
I called this. I said the closer that we get, the more I'm going to be like, screw that.
Yeah, they better score a lot of points in week one. So,
and I'm Connor, I am totally with you.
Yeah.
I'm totally with you. This offense they're not going to start slow, and they better sure as hell not.
They better not. Yeah, they better not.
They better not start slow.
So we'd love to hear from you at 610-632-0975. You can text in, you can call in. The latest predictions and projections coming out of the national media is that the Eagles are going to do way less than what we expect, do way less than what we have talked about on this show for months now. I've said it numerous times, John. I find it strange. It seems like the world has flipped upside down. You and I have been more positive about the Eagles than a lot of fans, than a lot of listeners.
We have been.
Which is weird to me. Like, I feel uncomfortable. Not that we try to be negative, but we normally see things a little bit less than the way Eagles fans do. It's reversed this year, which I find kind of strange. Hopefully that means we're right and that the Eagles have a tremendous season. So we'll go ahead.
Yeah. Like another one you got for you just to put into the fodder. Do you know that they're having a running back controversy in Green Bay? They went out and they paid big money to Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, and A.J. Dillon's hurt.
And it looks like Josh Jacobs, though, might not even be the starter. He has been completely outplayed. Marshawn Lloyd, the rookie,
How about that?
has completely outplayed him and completely outworked him. So they sign a guy to a 4-year, $48 million contract, and a rookie may start ahead of him on Friday night. They're having their own issues in Green Bay. It's not all sunshine and lollipops out there in Genoa City. They are trying to find their way to, their own footing.
Okay.
We're going to take care of them.
All right. Phillies, you missed a lot of fun while you were out, dude.
Well, I didn't miss any of the games.
Well, I know
It was
you
fun.
watched, yeah.
It
But
was
you
fun.
missed reacting to it. Reacting to Nick Castellanos, the best player in the history of baseball. The Phillies taking 3 of 4 against the Braves. I know the final game against the Astros was horrible, but they took 2 of 3 against the Stros. We know about the 2 of 3 they took against the Royals. The Phillies seem to have finally turned the tide here. And I just want to know, have you kept in contact with those people that have the bet slips for charity?
I hope that they – now, here's what I have not done. I'm not chasing any of them down because it's not over yet. But when it's done, I'm sure that they will be good people that will step in. I have 3, by the way. 3 donations to the AACR on the line. I'm going to win all of them. I knew I would win all of them because I couldn't believe that people were saying – that people were willing to wager that the Phillies, 2 of them, that they would not win the division. One of them, that they would not make the playoffs.
Yeah, not even make the playoffs.
The
I remember.
overreactions on the Phillies was a horrendous bad job by so many in our fan base. So many that just sold this team completely short.
You do me a favor?
Yep.
You show a little love to Nicky.
He's been fantastic.
He's been great, man.
He's been fantastic.
The Castellanos.
He has been absolutely
saving
fantastic.
the Phillies season. All right, coming up next, we'll get to your text messages.
Did you guys talk about Harper or not when I was gone?
Not much.
Really?
Not much.
It should be the
because
main story.
I think we kind of all thought something was going on. So coming up next, we'll talk about it with Bryce. And also, I want you to, puff your chest out a little bit with the Atlanta Braves losing 3 of 4 to the Phils. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
ESPN's Adam Schefter.
I think the perception of Jalen Hurts is he's a good quarterback.
vacation, week and a day, and I'm glad that you enjoyed that time off, and I'm glad that you're ready to go now for football season, which starts on Friday. But
Cannot
baseball
wait.
season is still going on. I mean, it's September. It's the final push toward the playoffs, and then Red October begins. We're 25 games away for the Phillies season until the end of the season. I know the Magic. What's the magic number down to,
19, which is good for you. Your birthday, Liv's birthday.
That's right, December
19 is the number. So that's where it's really setting down. I actually am going to be one of those Gomers who doesn't want the number to come down too quickly if they're going to have the bye.
Right, I get what you're saying.
But you got to fight for the bye. You got to fight for the bye, so you got to keep winning. And
right.
So I guess the sooner it's done, the better.
And the Dodgers won last night, so they have 2 wins
They're up
on
1.5. They're up 1.5 on the Phils. Brewers a half game back.
Boom. How about that? Right away. John's got that right. Say
he's got a spreadsheet.
He's well rested. That's right. You got the Kincade spreadsheet. So, Mr. Kincade, you spent some time in Atlanta, like 5 months, 6 months, something like that.
Yeah, 26 years.
How'd it feel? How'd it feel? 3 or 4?
I love it. It was absolutely awesome. And my mentions were a lot quieter.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Than they've been in the other 3 series. And all I started to get was, well, we're really injured.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm like,
also,
okay.
the excuses were made.
And I get it, though, because I'm going to tell you right now, and it's not going to be popular. If they didn't lose Acuna or Strider, one of the two, not for the year, give them, and I don't know, you pick one. They either get Acuna for the whole year or they get Strider for the whole year. Right now, this division race is like a 2-game lead or 1-game lead.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's a huge difference.
I predicted originally for the Braves to win the division, and the second Strider went down. I was like, all right.
You said, you came in that day. I said in the beginning, Phillies win 96, Braves win 95.
Right.
And that was with healthy teams. I think this would be a completely different story if they had just one of those guys. Lose them both, tell the Phillies they're going to lose Wheeler and Harper for the year.
Right, exactly.
We wouldn't be. The Phillies would not be right now. I think the Phillies would be battling with the Mets if they lost Wheeler and Harper.
Oh, absolutely, yeah,
it'd be terrible.
I mean, that's why the Braves are 74 and 63, right? Because they lost their best pitcher and their best player.
But their pitching though makes the Phillies still look. The Phillies just have a bad approach.
Yeah, and the Phillies they've avoided Chris Sale the last 2 series, which is great for the Phillies. So. Hopefully we don't have to see the Braves in the playoffs.
In a 3-game series, I can tell you right now, a 3-game series would be a coin flip. It would be a coin flip if they played in a 3-game series.
Well, fortunately, that won't be the case.
You don't think so?
It'll be 5.
Well, it'll be here.
I understand.
And they absolutely soil themselves in this building.
Well,
I think there's something to that.
They were 4-3 this year. I mean, they were 3-4.
Oh, I'm not talking regular season, baby. Postseason, they don't want to be in this building.
Oh, no.
They
do
backed
not.
It up.
No, they do not, because it does not. But I would tell you that Sale starting game 1, you could easily see. There's no way.
He's literally winning the Triple Crown for pitchers right now in the
deep
National
fake him
League.
saying something about the bank not being loud, and then it's series over.
There you go.
It is going to be crazy at Citizens Bank.
It'll be
Park.
wild.
All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor, about our topics today? If you're just tuning in, we'll reset everything in the 7 o'clock hour, but we're reacting to a couple of what-if scenarios because there was an article in USA Today and then the ESPN FPI projection.
You want to destroy this thing, too.
I want to destroy the computer because it has the Eagles starting the season 6-6, which I don't even see possible.
Let's hope
All right,
not.
I literally don't see it possible. What do we got on the text line?
Well, buckle up then. We got a first-time texter here who says, aside from how the season ended last year, did people forget how the Eagles almost gave us all a heart attack leading up to their first loss? They were a single play away from a potential loss seemingly every week. Until I see otherwise, a 6-6 start is definitely possible as long as Sirianni is head coach.
So, yeah, week 1 against the New England Patriots, it got dicey. The Eagles,
the Patriots had the ball in their hand down by less than a score.
Eagles offense was doing absolutely nothing that game. Once more, what has been the whole talking point about the offense since that season ended and what we have so far this year? Kellen Moore.
Oh, it's amazing.
Like Brian Johnson, whether it was Brian Johnson or Nick Sirianni.
It was a collab.
It was horrible all season. Like week 1, the 10. I almost want to say forget the fact that they started 10-1. It's amazing that they were 10-1 last year. That offense and the lack of creativity, the lack of pre-snap motion where Nick Sirianni scoffed at members of the media when it was asked about, right? No, we don't motion.
You don't motion just
we don't motion just to motion. No, that might actually be a reason why you motion.
That'd be great.
To just motion, right? And now all of a sudden, every single player on the Eagles is talking about how great motion is, right? Like, it's unbelievable how he literally scoffed. Sirianni, you know how
he mocked you.
Yeah, there are coaches that laugh at people that go, just because you're in the media, you think you know what you're talking about. You know what? Sometimes I do think I know what I'm talking about because I'm watching your offense not know what the hell they're doing in today's NFL. Like, in today's NFL, what they did last year was archaic.
They did.
And that's why it was horrible. So to the texter's point, and we appreciate the first-time text, I'm not attacking you. It's just the story, yes, of week 1 last year, to me, doesn't matter that it was week 1, week 10, week 17. You have a new offensive coordinator. You also have Saquon Barkley. So if the passing game isn't working, which it wasn't in that game, and oh, by the way, that offense decided to run with Kenneth Gainwell to start in week 1, as Connor reminded me yesterday. It wasn't even DeAndre Swift. You have Saquon Barkley if the passing game is sputtering. 2
creams, 1 sugar is now down in D.C. for Dan Quinn.
Yes.
Getting him his Duncan. And I understand he had a major challenge this week. That is what I was told. They got a new copier.
Oh, he's got to figure it out.
And he's got to figure out the copier, and he was having some struggles last week. They think he'll be ready by week 1, though.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, good job. Brian Johnson, stay the hell away.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was horrible. So I understand where that guy's coming from, but
I understand that. No, I understand the trepidation, but then it's like he's discounting all the good stuff.
Right. Exactly. It's like he just woke up from the slumber of the final playoff game.
Yeah, I said it to Andrew yesterday when you were out, John. There are going to be some people who believe that until they physically see it on the field, regardless of what we tell them.
And I don't have it. And Connor, I don't disagree. Like, part of me doesn't disagree with that.
I understand.
You know what I mean?
I think they're crazy to have to wait with a team this talented, but I do understand because of last year why some people are there.
Yeah, we asked the question yesterday, John.
What were you doing? Turn the page
It was
day?
Move Forward Day.
Okay,
and we're going to get into that later on in the show because I do want to throw some things at you. But we asked the people, or I told the people it was time to move forward. Everything about the collapse is dead. Everything about the Phillies' major slump, I want to put that behind you, blah, 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 right? And then I started going, all right, for those of you who aren't putting everything to bed yet, how long do you have to wait? We had guys saying week 5, week 6.
Come on.
Like, you'll have an idea after week 2 if this offense is better than last year.
You should. Let's put it this way.
All right, coming up next, we'll reset the entire show. As I mentioned, I'll explain what these predictions and projections are from USA Today and ESPN that led to this discussion today. And also coming up next, around 7:10, Jeff Kerr does a great job covering the Eagles in the NFL.
Love my man Kerr.
He did the ceiling and floor for every team in the NFL. We'll focus on the Eagles. How high does he think of the Eagles? And just how bad they could be. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. p.m. on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. John Kincade back from his vacation. Great to have Johnny back. Great to have football back this week. I can't believe it. We have the Eagles this Friday night against the Packers. I'm sure a lot of people already have their plans set. They're ready to go. They're fired up. We got the pregame show, me, Connor, and Bill Colarulo on Friday. It's going to be an absolute blast. Another fun season. Hopefully fun season. Like I said this yesterday, John. I'll run it by you. I don't think we have the same trepidation that we had last year. Like I don't think we have the same there was that meme that was circulating a lot last year. It was the Eagles logo, and it was the timeline underneath. It was, I'm excited for Eagles football. Oh, I want to myself.
Kill myself, right?
Yeah. And then it was, we won. I don't think we need that. Or I don't think
so
that.
You do believe that meme's gone?
I think that memes
this year.
There's going to be a couple games. No, I mean
there'll be a couple games like that.
There'll be a couple games. No, but that was week by week for the first 11 weeks of the season.
It felt like it.
Seriously, no. There was not a single win in the first 10 wins where you were like, that was a great win.
Like the Tampa game that you were down for. That Monday Night Football game. I didn't feel like it was ever in doubt for the most part.
But they never ran away with it.
But it was just one of those games you're like, come on, boys.
Yeah.
Foot on the pedal. The Jet game drove me freaking nuts. Because that Jet game that was one of the most terrible offensive game plans I've ever seen.
Right.
And then to lose the game, to see Jalen Hurts make a terrible decision like that and throw it away when they knew it. And they talked about it afterwards. We knew exactly what he was going to do. We jumped the route.
In fairness, that defender was wide open.
He was wide open. And they wear green, the Jets, so it makes sense. In the first 10 wins, well, they only had one more after that. But in the 10-1 start that the Eagles had last year.
What was the only – there was one game that was sort of
I'm going through this right now. 1-score win against the Patriots, 1-score win against the Vikings, 2-score win against the Buccaneers. But to your point, like –
it was not comfortable.
It wasn't comfortable. 1-score game against the Commanders where you won by 3.
Which was a terrible game.
A 2-score win against the Rams, but it was 9 points. You lost to the Jets. The Dolphins was the biggest one. That was another 14-point win. You had two 14-point wins.
And the Dolphins game, you threw another pick six, terrible pick six by Jalen.
Right.
That made that game closer than it should have been.
And then a 10-point win against 7-point win against the Commanders. That was the one.
But
another dicey one. No. 5-point win against the Cowboys. 4-point win against the Chiefs. 3-point win against the Bills. Like, those 10 wins, there were painful. 3 wins that were 2-score games.
I think the Rams game was the most comfortable.
Yes.
That's it. That's terrible. That really is.
I don't think we're going to deal with that this year.
And Connor, I think that's where you get to the guy. I'm not going to scoff at the fan who wakes up this morning and is screaming at their radio or wherever going, Kincade Salciunas and Connor, you guys are idiots with that still has that PTSD about it.
Yeah, I'll tell them they're wrong.
I'll tell them they're wrong, but you understand.
I know why they are.
Correct. I can get that. But to me, oh man, I was talking to my boys down in Dallas through some text who do morning radio in Dallas. Mm-hmm. Do you know what their number is?
For the Cowboys winning?
There is a 4-man show. The average out of their predictions.
9.5.
They go 11.
Okay.
11. They say 11 was their number, but 3 guys, 2 had 11, 1 had 12, 1 had 10.
Okay.
And they have never felt more shaky about a Cowboys team in the past 5-6 years.
Right, because there's a lot of questions.
And there's injuries. There's injuries and things like that. Yeah. Exactly.
Like there's a feeling. We had a conversation while you were gone, John, about Super Bowl. We didn't do our Super Bowl or bust.
Right.
That's this year.
Okay.
That's this week. All right.
Sure.
But Howie Roseman, the way he built the roster, I kind of asked, hey, is Howie Roseman in that mindset where he built a roster that has to win this year? And we kind of talked it out that it doesn't have to win this year because you have the youth movement defensively. If you're a Cowboys fan, you might be thinking we have to win this year.
No, I think the Cowboys have to feel that.
And I don't think they're going to. But there's probably Cowboys that they say we have to win this year because if we don't, I don't know when they're going to win because who knows what the future is of Dak Prescott, of Mike McCarthy. Micah Parsons might want his way out.
Mike McCarthy's gone.
If they don't win.
If they don't win something. If they're not in the NFC title game, I think he's gone.
Could be.
So, I mean, Mike McCarthy knows it. Every single coach on that staff is on a 1-year contract.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I think it's a recipe for disaster. Nobody has job security. 2 of your top 3 players don't have a contract going forward. I'm telling you, it's not a good situation in Big D.
No, it's not. So, if you're just tuning in, CBS had a team of 6 people predict the season for the NFL.
Yes.
Their overall projection has the Eagles going 11-6 and the 3rd seed in the NFC. It doesn't say how far they go in the playoffs, but they have the Packers coming out of the NFC and losing to the Jets in the Super Bowl. But their team of 6, they all broke it down individually. And only 3 of them have the Eagles winning the division. I don't see how the Eagles don't win the division other than injury.
Other than injury,
seriously,
I don't either.
This team, I think, is too talented offensively. I know I said the same thing last year, but this team is too talented offensively. They have adults in the room now with the coaching staff, and defensively, you at least have upside as opposed to a very low ceiling, which is what the Eagles had last year defensively. The 3 guys that don't have the Eagles winning the division, one of them has the Eagles being the NFC wild card number 2. One of them has the NFC wild card number 3. One of them has the Eagles not making the playoffs altogether.
Okay, that's absurd. Like
I don't see this happening.
you cannot give me 7 teams in the NFC that are better than the Eagles. You can give me 3, and I might go, okay, I can believe it. You're pressing for 4. You can't give me 7.
Well, his 7.
It's absurd.
This is, who did I say? Jarrett Bell.
Okay.
His 7, your 4 division winners, Cowboys, Lions, Falcons, Rams, and your 3 wild card teams, Niners, Packers, Bucks. I'm going to say this. The NFC South sucks.
It's not a good division.
There is no way that 2 teams come out of that division and make the playoffs. Like, that's the crazy thing. All right, that's the asinine thing. If you think the Buccaneers maybe bounce back and win the division again over the Falcons, okay, so be it. There is no way. No, that means what? The Bucks go. If Jarrett Bell has the Bucks winning as the 3rd wild card team, that means they go what, 9-8?
What is Jarrett? Now, I used to have him on when I did my show on CBS Sports Radio. Where does he have Detroit?
He has Detroit winning the division.
Does he have them being like one of the best teams? NFC
He has
title
them
game again?
winning the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
Beating the Cowboys.
Jarrett Bell is a lifelong Detroit Lion fan.
Is he really?
Just so you know. He's a good dude, by the way. Really good dude.
Come on.
He's a lifelong Detroit Lion fan. So, look, saying the Lions are going to be a really good team this year, I don't think it's a stretch.
No, I think they win the division.
They're a type of playoff team. But come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Oh, I do not. I don't have.
That's fine.
I don't think they're going to win.
We're going to make our predictions.
But there we go. We'll do that all week. But
the Buccaneers, like if the Buccaneers are the 3rd wild card team, that means they have to win at least 9 games, and that means the Eagles are behind them. So either the Eagles lost their head-to-head matchup, which they do play each other in Week 3, and they have the same record of 9-8, or is the Eagles going under 500? That's not going to freaking happen. But the ESPN FPI, the Power Index, has the Eagles starting the season 6-6, finishing 11-6, and losing to the Bears in the first round of the playoffs, which would just be heartbreaking. But 6-6, these are scenarios that I don't see them happening. But we've had a texter say he does see it. What else do we have on the text line? And then I will get to you this Jeff Kerr article on CBS.
What did my man Kerr stir up?
The
I can't wait
ceiling
to hear
and
this.
the floor for each team. I'll let you know what he has for the Eagles. But what do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show at 610-632-0975.
All right, this is more the energy we need. Blaine from Kentucky checks in and says, the only thing that you guys are missing is the fact that you shouldn't be paying attention to these lists this time of year to begin with. Most people know the truth and have high expectations for this team, so there are bound to be people coming out taking an opposing stance just to stand out from all the love. Screw them. We all we got. We all we need. Go Birds.
Well, here's the thing. Hold on a second.
No one likes us. We don't care.
We got 2 more days of these lists, so don't tell me to not.
Yes, please.
Look, listen, I got 2 more days of these. All right, I want to be done with the list too, but I got 2 more days of content to get to before we got football season. I get the notion of the Cowboys buys. I do.
Well, there is Cowboys bias.
But all off season, it feels like the national media has always had that ping of doubt with the Eagles.
You know why? Because they look at the head coach and they think he's a cartoon character.
And that might be
I think it's the number one reason. They look at Nick Sirianni as a cartoon character.
I don't think he's liked.
No, he's not. He's not. He's not. All the mugging for the camera crap.
Yeah.
And hold me back. I'm going to get into it with opposing players and stuff. It's cartoonish. And I think that guys who cover the league look at Nick Sirianni and they don't respect him.
Right. That could be.
They don't respect him. And they know he was close to being fired.
Yeah, it's part of the equation. I also think part of the equation is there are question marks, validly so, about Jalen Hurts. Like, his ceiling as a quarterback is majorly in question. His floor is he's a good quarterback.
Right.
His ceiling could be anywhere between top half of the league to top 5 guy. And if you're questioning on the quarterback, that kind of invalidates.
Like I saw another quarterback list that we're going to get to in the 9 o'clock hour that has him in the top 10, but low in the top 10.
I get what you're saying, Connor, though. I mean, on that part about Hurts. But then I hear people telling me, boy, Caleb Williams, he's ready to tear it up, baby.
Well, that's
Caleb Williams,
because he hasn't played yet.
Caleb Williams, who is has 1/4 of the resume, maybe, of a guy in Jacksonville who has never amounted to a damn thing in the NFL. And you're talking about Trevor Lawrence coming into the league. I thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be a man.
Yeah, Peyton Manning.
A poor man's Peyton Manning.
Right.
And he accomplished in college 5 times as much as Caleb Williams. People were like, Caleb Williams. I saw a quarterback list where people had Caleb Williams and Jalen Hurts together.
Yeah, that's hard.
I'm like, you're an idiot. That's it. You're idiotic.
Yeah.
It just is. Jalen Hurts, I don't understand all the trepidation. They must have slept through Super Bowl 57.
That could be it. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor?
All right, we also have a check-in here from Tim from Harrisburg who says, you guys seem to forget that the collapse happened last year, not years in the past. The Eagles have a lot of talent, but a lot of question marks as well. Those predicting a down year are justified because of the way last season ended.
And they are justified, but I just don't see it. And my thing is, so, John, when was I planning on getting to this?
If you want to take a curveball, take a curveball.
The move forward that we did yesterday. I tried painting the picture for people that are of that mindset.
Yes.
What was that person's name? Tim from
Harrisburg.
Tim from Harrisburg. What up, Tim? That the issues from last year, I tried doing off the top of my head the power rankings of the issues last year. And I think the Hurts and Sirianni thing was number 1. Like, you can't have the head coach and franchise quarterback feuding in the middle of the season, which they were. Like, it's one thing to have.
So you think that was the number 1 thing that caused the team to be?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't, but I mean, I get
that's
you.
fine.
Like, it's on the list.
Right, it's on the list.
I'm not, right.
We'll have different orders. But I believe that has been worked on. I believe somebody told them to work on it. And even if it isn't the most perfect relationship, he doesn't have to work with them as much anymore because you have Kellen Moore. So, one of the other issues last year, Brian Johnson. Now you have Kellen Moore. Now you actually have an offensive mind. Now you have an actual offensive coach. Now you have an actual offense that will have creativity and pre-snap motion, and it will not be stale like last year's offense
That will
was.
stress opposing defenses. Make them work much harder against you.
Speaking of the coordinator, both coordinators are adults. You did not have that in Brian Johnson. You did not have that in Sean Desai.
You did not.
I think one of the things that gets lost in the argument about Sirianni, Hurts, and Brian Johnson, remember the article comes out, and it was Sirianni's offense. Brian Johnson called the plays. Like, Brian Johnson actually came off, like, in a better light during that article. But let me remind you that just because it's the head coach's offense doesn't mean the offensive coordinator doesn't have the right to push back a little bit or give his opinions. Brian Johnson was not an adult.
No, he didn't have the clout to be able to push back enough.
So, like, Sirianni would just go, all right, dude, whatever you say, but we're going to run things my way. Whereas Kellen Moore has clout. Vic Fangio has clout.
They were hired by the GM.
Yes.
They got clout. They have people behind them.
So, another issue was the coordinators. That has been fixed. Defensively, I believe that one of the major issues, other than talent, which we know, and I believe the talent is better, was the mentality that they lost when Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was no longer on the team last year. He's back. Like, there's a mentality on this defense that you didn't have last year. Prime example, that 49ers game before the game starts when they walk through your DB drills and you have nothing to say, but please stop bullying us.
Like, sort of bump James Bradbury.
Right, and
nobody answered.
They just let it happen.
And Bradbury not answering it himself, to me, was horrendous.
So out of all the issues that we saw last year, Other than, got to see if they get off to a good start. What's actually carried over? I think they addressed Hassan Reddick, no longer on the team. Quez Watkins, who was clearly a problem, not just lack of talent, but also in the locker room, no longer on the team.
Two of the guys on each side of the ball who obviously now were part of the mix are gone. The coordinators are gone.
Jalen Hurts' leadership was put out publicly before OTAs. That was a planned attack by somebody within the Eagles or maybe a former player named Jason Kelce. I don't know who it was. I don't know who put that out there. I don't know who did the talking. But that was probably an orchestrated effort to get the Jalen Hurts leadership thing out there.
Yep.
I think they addressed all those things, which is why yesterday I wanted to do Move Forward Day. But there are still people like Tim and our no-name texter that are saying, well, last year, it was just last year. It wasn't all that long ago. They addressed everything.
I understand it, too, but you also got to tell me, if you're all worried about the Eagles taking this big step back, then you have to tell me the Cowboys are taking a step forward, the Giants are taking a step forward ahead of you, the Commanders are taking a step forward ahead of you. Don't bring that weak sauce in today.
No.
I've had like 10 days off. There ain't any way. I'm swatting that away. I'm Dikembe Mutombo. Except when he played Shaq.
Yeah, except for when he played Shaq, and that's what made me cry. All right, so I hope people can start seeing the light a little bit, but I get it. People are going to want to say, I need to see the first 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. There's going to be somebody that says, I need to see them win a Super Bowl first.
Now, if there's any of those, I wrote a piece for the Fanatic website today. If anyone comes with that, again, the Sixers mentality, if you're a Sixers fan and you say, I got to see them get out of the second round.
Fair.
It's totally fair.
Yeah.
You're justified. If you pull that crap with the Eagles, you're foolish. And you sound foolish, honestly.
Right. All right. So Jeff Kerr, and of course you can text the show still at 610-632-0975.
What's Kerr up to? What do you say?
Jeff Kerr did the ceiling and the floor of every team in the NFL. I know he covers the Eagles for CBS, but he covers the NFL as well. So he did the ceiling and floor for each team in the NFL. So for the Eagles, ceiling or floor first? What would you like? Are you a good news, bad news guy? You want the floor first? Okay.
I want the bad news first.
Now, it's funny. Our floor was what, 11 wins?
11 wins.
His floor, he's not a radio personality. He's a journalist. 10.
Okay, I thought he'd go 10.
A floor of 10 is still better than a lot of other floors. It's better than ceilings.
Yeah, sure, that's a playoff team.
Right.
That's a playoff team. Bottom line, they're a playoff team, and then move forward from there.
Now, unfortunately, he has them losing that first playoff game for his floor. 10-7, lost in the first playoff game. He writes, are the problems from last season's 1-6 collapse in the rearview mirror? This is what all our texters are worried about. Quarterback Jalen Hurts struggled against the blitz and has to prove he can handle that pressure in a regular season game. The pass rush has some question marks with Bryce Huff and Nolan Smith. I think he wrote that for me. Yet the defensive interior should be a strength with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. The health of Barkley will also be something to monitor. Even with the collapse, the Eagles won 11 games in 2023. This roster has a lot of talent. Any problems with that?
No.
I had no issues.
No, Kerr is very logical.
Yes.
He's very logical. Except he's a Penn State fan, so he has that stank
I don't
on
like
him.
that about him.
Yeah, we don't like that.
The ceiling. What would you guys like to guess is the ceiling?
12.
13.
13 is correct.
Ooh.
Winning the NFC East and reaching the Super Bowl. So his ceiling, which that should be everybody's ceiling. Honestly, everybody's ceiling should be Super Bowl. I'm not saying predict.
Not saying predict that they're in it, but you could say Super Bowl is the ceiling. This team absolutely could win the NFC. I think they're going to be right there with a chance to do it.
He writes, the Eagles have an offense that rivals any team in the league. Running back Saquon Barkley is the most talented back Philadelphia has had in a decade. And wide receiver Jahan Dotson is the third wideout the Eagles badly needed to complement A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. The Eagles' offensive line will still be an elite unit without Jason Kelce, and the secondary is revamped under defensive coordinator Vic Fangio, aided by the addition of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson at safety and rookie Quinyon Mitchell at cornerback. The Eagles appear primed to make another Super Bowl run. That's what I'm talking about, man.
If you don't follow Kerr on Twitter, you're missing all his content. He does a good job, too.
Except there's one bit of content I hated.
What?
He and I went back and forth about this on social media. He is a left lane slow driver.
Oh, he is.
Oh, get out of the left lane, Jeffrey.
Get out of the left lane,
Like,
Jeff.
honestly, dude, like, you can't be a left...
move over?
You can't be a left lane slow driver and me respect every bit about you. I respect your sports acumen.
Yeah, but not the Penn State stuff.
And left lane slow driving is horrible.
No, it's terrible.
All right, coming up next, it's been discussed a couple times on the show, and obviously it's been a big talking point this week because it's been addressed by more players. Coming up next, John Kincade, you have the floor to talk about the location of Week 1 for the Eagles. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm Connor Thomas.
is presented by the all-new BetParks app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, Maryland, and Michigan.
It is 7:29 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny the K back from his vacation.
I miss Isabel's this morning.
Oh, is that your go-to breakfast spot?
Isabel's was great down in Avalon. And by the way, we had 3 different days where I met listeners at Isabel's.
Oh, that's nice.
So you got to check that out.
Isabel's a big spot.
Isabel's listeners to our show, listeners to The Fanatic as a whole.
Oh, well, we
which is
appreciate
great.
that. Shout out to
that
you,
was
Isabel.
a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
So I'm about to give you the floor on this Brazil thing because Quentin Birchfield has tweeted me twice.
What's up, Quint?
And the second one will be a perfect lead-in to the Brazil conversation.
All right, good.
But the first tweet, Quentin checks in. Quentin's a great name, by the way. Q. Yeah, that's nice. I think it's ballsy to think the Eagles cannot possibly miss the playoffs. The defense and offense is young, and the head coach could be out halfway through the season if it starts bad. It could be epically dysfunctional. Now, the offense is young. Is that a bad thing?
No, I think it's a great thing, in fact.
Like, is it a bad thing that A.J. Brown is still in his prime, Devontae Smith is still in his prime, Dallas Goedert's still in his prime, Jalen Hurts is entering his prime, the offensive line is young. I mean, Lane Johnson is not, obviously, but he's still elite.
If they're not the most talented offense as far as tools in the NFC, they're second.
Yeah, so the offense being young
that's a great thing.
Is a great thing. The defense being young, and this has been one of the things I've said on numerous times now, and Quentin might agree with me or disagree with me. The defense being young isn't the worst thing for me. I still remember last year. I think it was after the Cowboys loss. I was on the phone with my pop, your adopted father.
Okay.
And my dad goes, man, is it just me or does this team look like it just got old overnight? And I was like, let me think about it. I started looking at some of the ages of the players, and I was like, damn, they are an old defense. And it was a bunch of piecemeal guys. It was like, all right, let's bring in Zach Cunningham.
Which was just,
Let's do the flex seal. Right,
yes,
you got
exactly.
throw that on there.
Well, Flex Seal guy.
The whole defense was Flex Seal pretty much, except for some of the younger players. But they were still, like Fletcher Cox was still ahead of Jordan Davis, right? Nolan Smith, we know, barely played. Now, that could be because he's not good, or it could be because Sean Desai just only trusted Hassan Reddick and Josh Sweat. But basically, it was an old defense that didn't have upside. This defense being young, which is why you and I are more patient with the defense than the offense. But this defense being young, at least they have upside. They have first-round picks. They have second-round picks. They have rookies, second-year, third-year guys. They have guys entering contract years that want to try to get that first big payday. Like, this defense at least has an upside. This defense has more of a ceiling than it did last year. Correct?
Yes.
So, like, I get...
Then more importantly, they have a guy in charge who can put them in position to be that last year, with that defensive talent, what happened down the stretch defensively never happens.
Right.
Now, does that mean that they would have excelled under Fangio? No, not at all. But would it have bled out like that? Absolutely not.
Now,
Absolutely
the second
not.
tweet leads into the Brazil discussion.
Okay, here we go.
But give me 1 second before you get into it. So
right.
Quentin then follows up and says the Phillies went to London and took a long time to get back on track. Very concerned what Brazil will do to the Eagles. Let me just mention, Quentin, that the Eagles play week 2 on a Monday night. So they have
Plenty of time to recover.
plenty of time. Like, the game will be Friday. They're probably going to be on a plane Friday night.
No, they're going to be flying home.
Yeah. They'll be back Saturday. They'll probably
Off till Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, like they'll be jet lagged. They'll
have some time
They'll be
off.
given time to get right, and then they still have another 6 days. If their first practice is Tuesday, they still have another 6 days because they don't
Not
play
worried
till
about
Sunday, till Monday night.
It's 1,000,000,000% different than a baseball team.
Right. Correct.
Baseball, they play every day. When you
yeah.
take days off and your momentum changes.
And if you think the London series caused this all, stop. It's joking around if you're saying that.
Right.
It is ridiculous.
All right, so Brazil, I know we've talked about it.
We have.
But obviously it came back up with the recent comments made by A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and then Darius Slay. I know you want to play something from his podcast.
Let's hear Darius Slay yesterday talking about traveling for the opening game to Brazil.
Week 1, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. But, man, I do not want to go to Brazil. And you want to know why? They already told us not to leave the hotel. They told us we can't do too much going on because the crime rate is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, NFL, why y'all want to send us somewhere with the crime rate this high? And, like, we out the country. So, the first thing people think is, like, something terrible can possibly happen. I told my family, do not come down there because, like, I'm not going to be nowhere to be found. Really, I'm going to be in a hotel chilling, minding my business, playing my game after a long 9.5-hour flight. So I don't have no intentions on doing that. I'm going to eat hotel food. I'm doing everything. But they said, yeah, man, it's going to be pretty crazy down there. Police said they're going to be, try to be the best they could possibly be with the top flight security.
There's going to be, this is not like going to, like I had Dan Baxter yesterday, one of our fine listeners.
Yes.
Dan on social media doing, we had Kelly Oubre and stuff has happened right here in our town. And you know what you're talking about? It's xenophobic Americans that are talking about this. Bull crap. This is not. You don't know anything about Sao Paulo if you are telling me that's what you believe. An NFL Network employee who is a mutual friend sent a picture of what they were told when they checked into their room. There is a rules sheet.
Yeah.
When you check into, and this is a 4-star hotel. This isn't some divey place outside of town. 4-star hotel right off the main drag. Do not carry your phone out publicly that anybody can see it. They're not trying to steal your phone. They want to know that they can get you to use your banking or something like that through a phone. Don't walk the streets after dark. Don't take cab rides by yourself. They're even afraid of you getting into a freaking cab. Do not take public transportation. Ride the train system because there are packs of trained pickpockets that work in tandem to sort of get you looking one way and someone else's, and they're blocking you, and it's shoulder to shoulder on public transportation.
I will just say this: that's everywhere in Europe. The pickpocket.
I'm not familiar, not being a world traveler like that.
The great people of Lithuania still do it.
There is Sao Paulo has one of the highest murder rates of any city in the world.
That's bad.
I mean, seriously, stop it when it's like, this is a game that didn't need to be played here. If you told me that the Eagles were playing in Rio, I would have no issue with it.
Right.
Rio is not Sao Paulo. It's not the same. And more importantly, I applaud Brown, Slay, Devontae Smith for not just, drinking the Kool-Aid and sucking down the party line. They're telling the truth. This game has no reason to be played there except for, we want to build our brand. And Jeffrey Lurie volunteered for it. Didn't have to go. It was not required to go. No one could have forced the Eagles to play this game because other teams have not been out of the country twice compared to where the Eagles not going out of the country. To me, this is ridiculous. And it's I honestly, I worry about the safety of the people who have traveled over there, the Eagles fans.
All right, so my wife and I, here's how I know my wife is now clinically insane.
Okay.
Because she agrees with you on everything when it comes to this.
I love that.
That's how I know I am now in trouble.
That's good.
At my house.
Well, she is very smart.
But she and I were talking about this yesterday, and I said to her, the people that I'm worried about are the Eagles or Packers fans that go out there and
imbibe a little bit
or like too much, right? Like there's going to be like, look, I will say this, John, outside of the United States, even inside the United States, stuff happens everywhere, and I know that the crime rate is bad out there. But if your head's on a swivel and if you're being smart, you can probably get by. If you are a drunken idiot, which there will be, let's face it, both Eagles and Packers fans, there will be drunken idiots. That happens, right? If you're drunk, you're borderline, you're probably an idiot. No, there's not many smart drunks out there, right? Something could happen. But when it comes to the players, they're fine, dude.
No, the players are going to be fine as long as they follow the rules and just sit in their hotel rooms. Which they're not used to doing except if it's a Sunday game and they come in on Saturday afternoon.
Right.
They're not used to doing that. You can't leave they are not to leave the property
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let them. Like, I think
They do not.
Big Dom's going to have 6 or 7 other Big Doms.
Their
There's
security.
going to be Big Nick.
They're having security outside the hotel and inside the hotel.
Yeah.
And then police presence.
Yeah, those guys
on
are
both.
fine.
Doesn't happen.
I said this to Christy yesterday. I was like, I don't think you realize that these guys might be protected more than the President of the United States.
Oh, they're going to be protected.
Like, these guys are going to be protected. Like, they're going to be fine.
But you know who won? Joe from Havertown, who took the trip, is not going to be. And even
if he's not smart.
It doesn't have to be smart. If someone's gonna pull. By the way, you are in Sao Paulo. The gun violence,
I'm sure it's horrible.
gang violence, everything is like in the middle of the streets. And no, it's not like when teams come to Philadelphia, they do not get that warning at their hotel.
Right, I know.
Because I had people going, "It's xenophobic Americans." No, it's not. You don't get that when the Dallas Cowboys check into Philly. You know what they do? They roll out to dinner.
Right.
Well, they do get the your fire alarm could go off at 2
They do
a.m.
get that. That is a whole
That's the
other issue.
warning.
By the way, we applaud that kind of lawlessness.
I wish, and I've been saying this since it came out. I wish if this game was happening, it wasn't week 1, and I wish it was against the Giants. I don't want it to be against the Packers because you lost home field against the Green Bay Packers, which will be a team that you're fighting for one of the higher seeds in the NFC about.
And you didn't have to give this game away.
No, well, not that you didn't give it away.
You did. You gave away a home game.
Right. Well, give it away as losing. They
no,
could
I'm
still
saying is
win
you
this
gave
game.
away a home game that you didn't need to.
Which at some point, doesn't every team have to play internationally?
Yeah, but Dallas hasn't been. Now, Dallas would be required to go before you would.
Right.
They haven't been out of town. Now you're going out of the country again.
Look, I don't think it's the best location. I think the players will be totally fine. My message is to, like you said, the Joe from Haverfords, the people that are going out there.
Well, Joe from Haverford is very uptight. He's going to be safe. It's Joe from Havertown.
Okay.
That really is the problem.
The people that are the people that are going to the game, just be safe and try to follow as many rules. But our man Gavin from Philly was just there. What up, Gavin?
What's up, Gav?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
What
how you doing?
Doing good. Just to let you know, from a personal standpoint, literally just came from my cousin's funeral, who got killed in Brazil.
Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that.
On the 8th of August. Went over there for a business trip. I didn't even survive the night. Actually went there. They tried to show him a good time before he even checked into his Airbnb. He was drugged and literally left for dead within the first night of getting there. It's very emotional because...
Yeah, I imagine.
They tell you not to do Airbnb there. And they worry about the NFL, supposedly 200 fans of opposing or of teams, either could be Eagles, could be whatever, have done Airbnb over there. Yeah. And they're saying Airbnb, the government has told you, don't do it.
Yeah.
Right. Not sure if he wasn't aware of it or not, but
that's terrible.
Yeah, again, we're sorry for your loss, man. That's
about that.
That's
Gav.
horrible, brother. I'm sorry.
It. But the threat is real. As you say, it's for the average Joes out there, not for the football players.
Yeah, the football players will be totally fine, and we appreciate the call,
Gavin.
Gavin.
Too, is the big issue is people going, well, there's crime in America too. Yeah, there is. And not one NFL team is going to go to an NFL city where they're told, stay in your hotel room. It's not safe. It's ridiculous. Should never have played this game.
Coming up next, we get back to our text messages from today's topics. If you want to chime in on this Brazil discussion, you can. Obviously, this is going to be a talking point throughout the game on Friday. And, it's there.
Can't wait till it's all about the football.
And it will be soon. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning. Good to have Johnny back right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
8:47 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Coming up at 8:10, we will be joined by our man Jeff McLane from the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com. He joins us every Tuesday at 8:10.
His latest, the final podcast.
Yes.
Outstanding.
I did not get a chance to listen to it.
Listen to it. I've done a lot of driving, a little bit here. Fantastic.
Yeah, he does a great job with the Uncovering the Birds podcast. Yeah, so we'll make sure to give him his credit when he comes on at 8:10. Obviously, we have today's headlines at 8:05. Brendan Gunn did a great job at it the last week and a day. Connor will be is back in his chair. So today's headlines with Connor Thomas at 8:05. And still a lot more to come. I mentioned earlier there is another top 10 quarterback list. Thank God we're almost done these. Another top 10 quarterback list that came out. It was a national NBC person, but I don't know if they necessarily cover the league.
Okay. Can't wait to hear this one.
It's ridiculous, the order that they have.
It's not Sims, right?
No.
Okay,
no, it is not. So we'll get to that later on the 9 o'clock hour. But I want to check out the text line. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. USA Today and ESPN, the FPI, not even the real human beings, the Football Power Index, don't necessarily have the Eagles succeeding the way we expect them to. The team of 6 individuals of USA Today, 3 of them have the Eagles winning the division. 3 of them have the Cowboys win the division. 1 of them has the Eagles outright missing the playoffs.
Oh, stop.
And the FPI, the Football Power Index, has the Eagles starting the season 6-6, winning 5 straight to get to 11-6, but then losing to Caleb Williams in the first round of the playoffs. I don't know which one would be worse, honestly. Obviously, losing a playoffs is more than losing in the regular season. But, guys, seriously, if the Eagles are 6-6, I don't know if I'd be able to handle myself.
The city burns.
No, the Eagles are 6-6. The question of whether Nick Sirianni's back next year will only be determined by do they want to run and win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's it.
I don't know if I can handle that.
He'd be gone. If he wasn't in the Super Bowl, I think he could potentially be gone.
I'm not that crazed for content. You know, if the Eagles are 12-0, I'll find things to talk about when they're 12-0. I don't need 6-6.
So 6-6 scares you a little bit. The thought of
it's not. It's not happening.
No, it's not happening.
It's not the anxiety of coming in every other week with a loss.
But you know
in games that they should not be losing to. We went through the first 12 games. There's not many games that they should lose.
Can I tell you though that 7-5 isn't outlandish? If someone said 7-5, I don't think it's outlandish to say that they think it could be 7-5, because I think it would still end up in the long run being 12, 11 wins. But we'll see. See how it all shakes. It won't be 6-6.
No, definitely not. But there's guys like Kevin Cooney who thinks they're going to start 1-12.
Yep,
it's crazy.
Now we got to say 0-4, 1-3.
Yes, and then making the playoffs after Nick Sirianni were to be fired. Is Kevin Cooney's prediction. I find it crazy. I don't see any of these scenarios playing out unless there's injuries. And come on, we don't talk about that stuff when we do our predictions. So what do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show. You can call the show at 610-632-0975.
Our guy Gubby texts in again.
Oh, Gubby.
My take is throughout the first 12 games, unless there is a major problem with the team chemistry based off our talent, we cannot lose more than 4 games. You cannot put together a team of this stature and underachieve unless it's a much larger issue like coaching or injury.
And I don't think
12-5 would. I don't either, and I don't think 12-5 would be a underachieving by any stretch of the imagination. 12-5 is not underachieving.
No.
If you're 12-5, you're one of the 5 best teams in football every year. So, no. Losing a 5th game, I'm not going to put that as underachieving. Ever.
No, he said 8-4 through the first 12 games.
Yes. Yeah, that would be underachieving. But it's a 12-5. If this team goes 12-5, that's a damn good year.
You think 8-4 would be under? I think 8-4 is fine.
I think 8-4 would be fantastic.
You just said it's underachieving.
No. I said 12-5. If someone says I'm saying is if he painted it that way,
okay,
right then, and you had another collapse. 8-4, I think 8-4 is very logical.
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
But 7-5, I absolutely believe 7-5 could happen. Could happen.
And I don't think we will be comfortable with that.
No, I don't think we would. I think it would be just slightly better than the 6-6. Slightly better than the people who are 6-6.
Like one game better.
One game better. Yeah, and I don't.
No. It's a lifetime of difference though. 2 games over 500 and 500 is a huge difference.
I know it is, but dude,
it's a huge
if
difference.
you tell me right now, week 12 or following week 12, or I guess it would be week 13 because they have the week 5 bye. Following week 13, I'm coming in here with you guys, and we're reacting to either the 5th loss or the 7th win.
Oh, it's going to be terrible.
I'll be astonished. Like, honestly, I don't need to do W's and L's, but I have them 3-1 through the first 4 weeks. That means they're 4-4 against the Browns, Giants, Bengals, Jags, Cowboys, Commanders, Rams, and Ravens. There's a couple of losses in there, but 4-4.
I think they're 5-1 to start their first 6.
Exactly. So then,
I mean,
if they're 7-5 or 6-6 after a 5-1 start,
there's a problem.
that means they went
problem.
1-4.
Yep.
Or 2-3. Like, that's not. I don't see this team. I see one spot on the entire schedule where they can legitimately lose back-to-back games, and it's the Rams and the Ravens. And that's the only spot in the entire season. So how can this team potentially be 500 through 6 weeks?
I am not
That means they're losing every other game against either the Falcons, Saints, Bucks, Browns, Giants, Bengals, possibly. Jags, no. Commanders, no.
I am not letting Kevin Cooney invade my head with that negativity. I'm not letting it happen.
All right, give us another text, Connor.
All right, Joe from Oxford checks in. He says he's a Niners faithful fan, but listen to you guys every day. But these predictions of the Eagles finishing wild card or out of the playoffs is ridiculous. As long as Sirianni doesn't step out of his boundaries and lets Kellen Moore do his job, you'll have at least 12 wins and host a home game in January.
I love that from a logical 49ers fan. How about that?
Logical.
I've spoken to some non-logical
49ers fans.
Yeah.
They're feeling good, though, and they have every right to be. They got a great roster. Yeah. But they're taking a step back.
All right, coming up next, Jeff McLane joins us at 8:10. We have today's headlines at 8:05. Quick little show reset before all that. Maybe we'll get another text message in there on today's topics. I don't see any of these potential 500 starts for the Eagles. If you do, like, seriously, the people that are going, well, you're ignoring this, you're ignoring that, is that what you believe? I need to hear from somebody that actually believes that they're going to start off slow or start off 6-6. Because they keep on pointing out that it could happen, but do you actually believe it?
Well, 0-12 could happen, I guess.
But do you actually believe it?
No.
Like, there's no way.
No.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies take
a.m. on Kincade and Salciunas. I hope you have a safe trip into work. I forgot to do it literally all last week. There's something about
And there were accidents everywhere.
You being here reminds me to tell people to drive safely.
Yeah, because I'm always, I'm a big safety person on that.
Well, I hope people have a safe drive into work today on this beautiful Tuesday morning. I hope everybody had a nice Labor Day. Real quick, the Labor Day party.
Labor Day party?
Yes.
I didn't even know Labor Day party was a thing.
So Christy and I and Coop and the dog, we took the family walk last night. Like 6:45. We went for the walk. It was beautiful out at that point.
What a gorgeous night it was.
Beautiful night. And all over the neighborhood, there's different parties, and I'm going, that's weird.
A Labor Day party.
And Christy goes, well, why is it weird? They want to celebrate the holiday, and I go, Labor Day?
Labor Day weekend.
Right. I would rather do
different.
it Sunday so that if I'm hungover, I have Monday to recover.
The McLaughlins came over Sunday night. By the way, I did some magnificent steaks on the grill.
Okay, good.
Really good. A good job. Made Mexican street corn.
Nice. I'm a big street
How about
corn
that?
guy, as
Really
you know.
good. It was delicious. And it's like, but that was Sunday night where nobody has to get up Monday morning.
Yeah, the people.
Except you, jabroni.
There were people doing the party yesterday. And then when Christy says to celebrate the holiday, I'm like, this isn't like
Celebrate the holiday?
This isn't Independence Day.
Does Christy know the idea is rest yesterday? It was like a national day of celebrating by rest of laborers.
Yeah, but apparently not. I don't know.
Man.
I don't know.
That's
I didn't
incredible.
realize that there were fireworks were going off in my neighborhood. Like I didn't
No, there
realize.
weren't.
Yes.
Fireworks for Labor Day?
Exactly. Well, I think
Stop it.
people look for an excuse to blow things up all the time.
Hey, man, I'm cool with that.
No, I'm anti-fireworks in the neighborhood. There's too many kids.
Well,
and
you got a
pets
dog and a kid and everything.
No, you do not need to do fireworks
on Labor Day.
Day.
I like a good firework.
Honestly,
Oh,
I
my
think it's a ridiculous thing to do.
Hell, blow stuff up any day you want.
All right, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up in 2 minutes. Jeff McLane joins us at 8:10. But what do we have on the text line today, Connor, about our topics? We'll reset the show more later on in the 8 o'clock hour, but more predictions and projections coming out from national, media sites where the Eagles aren't going to be as good as what we expect. And I don't know if that's just clickbait or if we're missing something. And if we're missing something, what is it? And I really want to know from the people that are doing the whole, well, hold on a second. Hold on. It's not crazy. Is that how you actually feel?
Or you're just playing the gloom and doom game.
Right. What do we got?
You ready? You sure?
Yes.
Yes,
You
I'm
sure you
always
wanna hear
ready.
from those
We're
people?
ready.
All
We're
right.
ready.
Buckle up. Mike from Phoenixville checks in and he says, I think the Eagles start 2-5 as Sirianni is gone by the Dallas game. I think they get blown out in Brazil because we haven't seen anything about Packers players dreading going down, at least not publicly.
Have you looked for it?
And it kind of goes downhill from there. I think the wins are New Orleans and the Giants, and outside of that, they lose of their first 7 games.
So
Okay,
New
that's
Orleans
ridiculous.
and the Giants are the 2 wins. So that means he
That's
has
ridiculous.
them starting 0-2, by the way. Packers, Falcons. Going 1-2 with a win against the Saints, but then losing to the Bucks. And I'm sorry, Deshaun Watson remembers how to throw a football?
Yeah, what? Are you serious?
2-5?
That's just ridiculous.
You guys asked for it.
It's ridiculous.
No, I did. And I'm glad that we're finally actually getting some people that are standing by what they believe, but 2-5.
Well, I don't know that they believe it.
So,
I don't know that they believe that.
Can you send a follow-up text after headlines? I know you're busy in a couple seconds. Send a follow-up text. What was his name again?
Great question. I deleted the text from my photos, but I'll find it.
Send a follow-up text and ask why they have 5 losses to the first 7 weeks. He says Sirianni's
Mike
gone.
from Phoenixville.
All right, Mike from Phoenixville.
What's up,
Thank you.
Mike?
Is it strictly because Mike doesn't believe in Sirianni, or does he believe the offense will come out the gate slow? Like, you don't just lose 5 games because they played better teams. He has them losing to worse teams. Like, think about that for a second. The Falcons are a worse team than the Eagles. The Buccaneers are a worse team than the Eagles. The Browns are a worse team than the Eagles. He has them losing to teams that are less than them.
And the thing is, that's where everybody takes it is. They're looking at Eagles' blemishes, and then they're trying to say that these teams are better. They're not. No. So, I mean, could the Eagles lose to an inferior team? Absolutely. Every team will every season. They'll lose a game to an inferior opponent. 2-7 or whatever it is, 2-5, whatever it is. Come on, stop.
All right.
Stop.
McLane joins us in 5 minutes. It's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor?
Yo, I got to remember how to do this. Okay. Johnny, while you've been out, Andrew and I have been following along heavily with a team in the American League.
Who's that?
The Chicago White Sox, as they're on pace to lose the most games in modern baseball history. Now, we think Taijuan Walker and losing the last 9 of his starts was bad. It was enough to send him as a long man to the bullpen. Well, the White Sox lost again. And the pitcher that was on the mound, Chris Flexen.
He's not flexing?
He makes Taijuan Walker look like Cy Young. Listen to this from the folks over at NBC Sports Chicago.
Chris Flexen gets the start, gives up 3 runs in 3 1/3. He threw 95 pitches. He hasn't exactly gotten the offensive support behind him, but you want him to not be throwing 95 pitches over 3 anyway. So the White Sox have now lost his last 20 starts.
20?
They've lost his last 20 starts.
So every time he goes out, they lose.
Brendan Gunn made a good point. They probably go out expecting to lose everyone's starts.
Well, yeah. But, dude, 95 pitches in 3 1/3. That's 30 pitches in an inning. Like, that dude's arm's got to be cooked today.
Well, clearly. I think it's cooked on the best day.
Oh, that's so terrible. That is such a shame.
But, yeah, John, we've been doing White Sox watch while you've been out. 121 is the record, 121 losses. They are now 31-108. So that's 139 games. That means they have 23 games left. So they have to lose 14 of their next 23.
Oh, they're doing that.
It's going to happen. I mean, they lost 13-3 yesterday. Like, it's not like they're playing close games and they're just having some rotten luck. They lost by 10 runs last night to the Orioles. And their schedule is difficult. Like, they play the Orioles the next 2, the Red Sox for 3, the Guardians for 3.
Yeah, they're going to get their asses
like they're
kicked.
going to
They really are.
to break the record.
That's so awful.
Speaking of getting their asses kicked,
yes.
We have a little bit of college football in here today, and we need to dispense some justice to a fan of the Florida State Seminoles. So if you didn't see,
by the way, Florida State is a mess.
They start 0-2. They lose to Boston College last night.
DJ stinks.
Yeah, not very good. And not very good tweet. So this comes from an account at 321Knoll on Twitter. And this account tweeted out on August 27th, if Florida State loses to BC this weekend, I will eat dog, I'll just say food. He didn't say food. Out of
dog
a red
poop.
Yes. Out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. Book it. And, of course, Florida State goes on to lose to Boston College. And then what happens? The internet loses their mind once they find this tweet, and he deletes the account. He has not paid up on what he said he was going to do, and we need to bring this fan to justice.
I'll tell you right now, there's a 0% chance he does it. I'll say this. There's a 0% chance I want him to do it. I found that Eagles fan eating the horse poop at the Super Parade to be probably the most foul thing that somebody could ever do that doesn't break a law.
Did it not? There's very few things that will make me sort of just want to throw up or gag. That's bad.
Yeah, like that's probably one of the more foul things that a human being can do.
No, dude, I want to be the modern day Marie Antoinette. Let them eat poop. Yeah. I need this guy to pay up.
Nah, he's not doing it.
Nah, like he was.
By
just,
the way, it's very toxic.
I don't want him to do it.
Don't do it.
All right.
Well, it's not good for you, but he tweeted it. Don't tweet like an idiot.
Now,
Deal
do
with the consequences of your actions.
Look, I literally did say I would chop off like an arm if what happened if the Sixers lost.
You definitely did.
I never paid that one up.
You made a limb bet.
Yeah, I did. I made a limb bet.
You still owe us a limb.
Yeah, I still owe you a limb. So
we'll
give
collect
me
at
some
point.
time.
All right, we're also going to wrap up with a replay of one of our big topics of the day.
So I know that we look at it from such a local perspective. We're not diving as deep into the other teams as we are the Philadelphia Eagles. But John, once again, as you and I have talked about this on numerous occasions, and you have already penciled them in, etched in stone, that they will be playing in the NFC Championship game and hosting the NFC Championship game. Are we missing something?
We're not missing anything. We're not even close to missing anything. We are seeing this picture so crystal clear. Like, can things go wrong? Absolutely. But can we sit here and expect things to go wrong based on the data we've been given? No. The only exception are the people who are worried about last year and say, I need to see it in person. But even those people should come with a qualifier that say, I believe this team will be good. But until I'm fully in faith of it, I have to see it physically on a football field in a game that matters.
Cowards.
Outside of that, no, that's not cowardly.
Cowards.
That's not cowardly. It's not. It's logical. And some people are less logical as fans. But outside of that, anyone who thinks this team is not going to be like an 11-win or better football team is certifiably insane right now and just flat out incorrect.
Like, it's a good way to summarize.
That is a good way. All right, great job,
Hey,
Connor.
good job, Connor.
That was
there.
today's headlines with Connor Thomas. We'll be joined momentarily by Jeff McLane on the Comcast Business Hotline. Let's go to Stan in Philly in the meantime. What up, Stan?
Hello?
Yo,
Stan,
Stan,
you're on,
what's
baby.
up?
Oh, yeah, what's Aaron? Sorry. Yeah, I think you guys are a little too close. I agree with everything Connor just said. I need to see it. Like, this is the same team that lost how many of their last,
They went 1-6 in the last 7 games, including that
and
playoff
got
game.
bounced in the first round by the Bucks. Like, it just, and I'm not saying it because I'm a Bucks fan, but it's just nobody thought that any of that was going to happen. I listened to you all last year say, the NFC South sucks, they suck.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
They do. They still do.
And, okay, but they still got bounced, and you didn't see that coming either. So I think just being local and not looking around the league.
I mean, I saw it coming the day of. It's just I didn't see it when the Eagles were 10-1. No, I did not see the
and I don't
Eagles.
think anyone
I did not
else
see the
did
Eagles
either.
going from 10-1 to 11-6 and losing
Guilty.
to your Buccaneers in
Nobody
the playoffs.
did.
You got me there. But the NFC South does still suck.
I do not take that away from you. But that doesn't mean that, that you guys are going to, just because you have such a great roster, you also have a new offensive coordinator come in. Sometimes these things take time. It doesn't mean that it won't gel automatically. It doesn't mean that it will. But I'm just saying it's not unbelievable that people think that, I don't know, I need to see it.
Yeah,
I got you.
No, it's
And
not. but
thanks
it's
for the
also-
call, Stan. We
and it's
appreciate
easy as
it.
an outsider fan.
Yeah, he's getting chesty as a Baker Mayfield
Please,
Bucks fan. Come
stop
on.
it.
I
By the way,
feel bad for you.
I'll say it later, but to say it more, I can't wait for that game.
Oh, yeah. The Eagles better show a lot of pride in that one. All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next from the Inquirer, Inquirer.com. And according to John Kincade, I know that it's great, but I haven't heard the latest episode. According to John Kincade, the latest episode of Uncovering the Birds was tremendous.
I think it might be the best of the offseason.
That podcast, of course, hosted by Jeff McLane. Jeff, good morning. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
I was told by John Kincade that it was tremendous.
I think it might
latest
be your
episode.
best effort of the offseason, Jeff.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, we're hoping to ramp it up for this season, and then hopefully, when we get into the season, we'll be able to kind of provide some insight for people who like to listen to podcasts.
All right, well, hopefully you can provide some insight for me today because I'm confused, Jeff. As we're getting closer and closer to start of the regular season, obviously a lot of people are putting out their projections and predictions. There's computer systems. There's people that cover the league. And in recent days, more and more people seem to be saying that the Eagles will start the season slow. I don't see it, Jeff. Maybe a loss against Green Bay is one thing, but the NFC South, I don't see them struggling against those 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I did my game-by-game prediction for the season last week, and I think we'll run it sometime this week. And it was tough to kind of figure out a little bit of the early going because again, we just there's a lot of uncertainty heading into our first game, and the Eagles have a little more this year, a little more mystery than in previous years because they have 2 new coordinators. That said, yeah, I mean, I have them with a winning record and reaching the playoffs, so it's not like they couldn't start the season 4-0. I mean, it's not they can beat all these teams. I guess, of course, any given adage always applies. They could beat any team. I think the Packers are going to be certainly a tough test. The Falcons, they seem to they have a better quarterback with Kirk Cousins. They have a new coach, so a little mystery there. And then as you mentioned, the Bucks. Well, first it's the Saints, and then the Bucks. And this has been a division that has, over the last several years, not been that great. At least certainly since Tom Brady left the division.
The idea that the Eagles and we're talking a lot of people off the ledge, believing that what they saw at the end of last year is who the Eagles really are, not the team that was 10-1 before it. If I was to say to you, what is the most logical fear that an Eagles fan would have going into this season, after seeing training camp, after seeing the offseason moves, what is it, Jeff?
I mean, I don't know if it's logical, but I guess I'd be a little fearful that the split thing isn't going to get fixed. I know that they spent a lot of the offseason really working on giving Jalen answers, particularly against those zero blitz. I mean, that was the one thing that he really struggled against, whether they came or they showed and they dropped. Sometimes he panicked, and I think some of that had to do with the scheme not really helping him out. Of course, there's been a lot written about, Jason Kelce's no longer there, setting the protections. That'll now fall a little more on the shoulders of Jalen. It's something that he says that he wants. But, he'll split some of that responsibility with Cam Jurgens and the other offensive linemen as well. The other issue, the one that I kind of think is a little bit under the radar is just the pass rush. That's the one thing that I think I'm a little more focused on in terms of it being an issue for the Eagles. And that's something that they've always emphasized and spent a lot of money on up front. Certainly in the draft over the last several years, they've beefed up the interior line. And Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, frankly, are going to have to step up with Fletcher Cox no longer there. And on the edges, which is probably a little more of a concern to me, that they don't have a guy that I think could step into the Hassan Reddick role. They're not really asking Bryce Huff to do that as much. They want the collective group to do that. But, so you're expecting Josh White, who you almost let walk. You're expecting him to help to chip in there. Brandon Graham, who's 36 and playing in his last year. And then Nolan Smith, who is really a big question mark at this point. That, to me, is kind of where I'm really focused on. If I'm looking at the Eagles, especially on the defensive side, and wondering, if this goes sideways, what it could be the issues. All that being said, I certainly think that the hiring of Vic Fangio is a significant upgrade over what they had last year, the defensive coordinator position.
So going back to last year, of one of the biggest issues, whatever you believe the biggest issue was for the Eagles that led to the downfall, the collapse, do you think it was addressed, and do you think it will be in a better place this season? Whatever it may have been for you.
Yeah, well, they got rid of the coordinators who weren't ready to be coordinators.
Right.
And they brought in experienced guys. And they kind of took a little bit away from Nick. That's been addressed.
All right. Because
it sort of sums it up right there.
Because yesterday I was trying to do something that yesterday was move forward day. We're moving forward past the Phillies struggles that they were having earlier in the summer, and I think we should officially move forward from last year with the Eagles, because there are still Eagles fans that call in and text in and tweet in that say, man, until I see them play well, I'm still going to be worried about that collapse and if that carries over into this season. Whereas I believe the majority of reasons why you had to collapse, they've addressed it and they have fixed it. Whether it's talent, coaching, or the relationship between Hurts and Sirianni, it seems like everything seems to be in a better place this year. Is there anything that you believe is still not better?
Well, I don't know. I think if they lose in the first game, then what happens, right? As Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth, right? So that all sounds great, and everything that we've been writing about for the last however months about all the changes and the off-season acquisitions and blah, 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 it means nothing until they actually play the games for real. And that's when we'll start to find out. Yeah, that's, I'm here to analyze all that, to report on all that, to dig deep into all of that. As you guys mentioned at the top about the podcast, one of the main topic of that episode was looking at Nick Sirianni and how he's tried to kind of temper down his temperament a little bit. Not be the guy that looks unhinged on the sidelines, which I think in a lot of ways represented what was really happening, what I knew was happening behind the scenes, that of a team unfolding. I think Nick has tried to address that, but what happens when the Eagles are in a tight spot late in the game, or there's a call that goes against the Eagles, and Nick wants to berate an official again, and everyone else on the sidelines watching their head coach become unrattled. So yes, a lot of these issues have been addressed by Howie Roseman in terms of personnel, and certainly, I guess, Howie Roseman in terms of the coaching personnel as well, and by Jeffrey Lowery bringing Nick Sirianni back and having conversations with him about the areas in which he needs to improve. The coordinators, as I mentioned, the whole blitz stuff for Jalen Hurts. That's all, as you said, has been addressed. And I will say this, year to year, things change dramatically for teams. But this, if you look at the roster, it is what it is. They have a lot of talent on the offensive side of the ball, skill position, especially. On the defensive side, they've addressed some of the problems that they had in the back seven by drafting Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean and bringing in C.J. Gardner-Johnson and upgrading the inside linebacker spot. But they just have to now go out there and do it.
When you look at the division, do you see any team in this division as legitimately a threat to win 12 other than the Eagles? Cowboys? I mean, Giants and Commanders, I don't think anybody would say that.
Probably not. I guess the Cowboys have the most arsenal to win 12 on both sides of the ball. It seems like with the Cowboys, it's like 1 year off and 1 year on. And there's a lot of pressure there on Mike McCarthy, probably more than there is on Nick Sirianni, if you ask me. And as I guess the same goes for Dak Prescott. But no, I think I think 11 wins could win the division, maybe even 10.
Wow, how about that, Jeff? We appreciate it, man. When's the flight travels, and will we be able to hear from you? Because maybe there's some.
Well, you can't tweet.
Yeah, you can't tweet. So I hope everything's okay when you're out in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, we leave tonight and fly through Miami overnight, and then land tomorrow morning.
Just send me your password, and I'll tweet for you.
How about he's not trusting that?
Yeah.
How about Jeff McLane on a 9.5 hour flight? What's in the travel? Watching TV shows? Are you reading?
Hopefully sleeping.
You sleep?
Hopefully sleeping. I'm hoping.
Window or aisle seat?
I'll do a window, although that's going to have to, that'll probably become an issue at some point during 9 hours. But I'm hoping I can sleep. I'm not the greatest flyer in the world.
All right. Well, Jeff, good luck, man. Have a safe trip.
Thanks,
Enjoy
Jeff.
yourself as much as you can while you're out there, and we'll be following along Twitter somehow with you. So we appreciate it, man.
Threads. You can go on the
Threads.
Gotta go to Threads.
All right, check out Jeff McLane's Threads. We appreciate it, man.
McLane. All right, see you guys.
McLane's always got good threads on a game day too.
Yes, he does.
He always wears the sport jacket, slacks. He looks like $1 million.
There's our man, Jeff McLane. All right, we react to some of the stuff he had to say coming up next. Also, more of your text messages at 610-632-0975. You're just tuning in. I'll tell you again what USA Today and ESPN said about the Eagles and how it might not be that great of a start to the season. Maybe they think more like Kevin Cooney. We're the crazy ones, John. We think good things for the Eagles. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Game day right around the corner.
1 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this beautiful Tuesday morning. And what makes it even more beautiful is food, Johnny. How about food
from the Pick, right?
From the Piccalilli Inn? Bonnie just stopped by. She dropped off some food, and I can't wait to tell you more about the Piccalilli Inn, which is a tremendous spot in Chemung, New Jersey. I have
Say that again?
Chemung, New Jersey. On Route 206. I have family that lives nearby, so anytime I go and see them, I usually make a pit stop to the Pick on the way home. And I was telling Bonnie, I used to stop and go in and have a few beers and eat the wings. Now with Coop, it's more so a pull up, get the food, head back to Sewell, and then eat it from there. But the Piccalilli Inn, they got you covered when it comes to the wings. On game day, don't wing it with any old pizza shop wings. Take the trip to the Pick, South Jersey's King of the Wing. Order carry out now for Friday's game. Visit Piccalilli.com. And I was saying, I know a lot of people that make the drive down the shore and get off on the back roads and go through Chemung and you can get the food at the Pick and then drive it down the shore.
Bro, that's my drive to LBI every time I go down there. So this was like when I was growing up and we'd take the day trip to the shore. The Pick was the stop back for dinner.
So
amazing.
So this Chemung, I probably drove by it the other day.
You probably did.
Taking the back roads up.
Yeah, you probably
didn't even
did.
know I was in Chemung.
You can get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the original Piccalilli Inn in Chemung, New Jersey. Order their award-winning wings, and they are award-winning. Tails and ears now for Friday's games at Piccalilli.com. We have two $50 gift cards.
Wow, that's a party for Friday night.
That's an absolute party. So two $50 gift cards that we will be giving away at some point during the rest of the show. We'll let you know how you can win them. But thank you to the Piccalilli Inn for dropping off some food. We got some wings here, and of course we got some sandwiches. Connor's crushing his right now. It was a cheesesteak, like breakfast sandwich on a croissant.
Yeah, there looks like there's some sausage in there. Like, man,
it looked amazing.
It looks flaky. It looks delicious.
About 8 minutes till the commercial break, and then I'll be diving in.
Mow them down.
So thanks to Bonnie and the Piccalilli Inn for dropping off the food, but make sure you check them out. All right, let's check out the text line, Connor. If you're just tuning in, I'm just curious as to why people might think they might have a slow start, or why they might think that they're not going to be as good as what people think they will be. And if you really believe it, I get the why. All right. Here's the whys, John. The whys are the Eagles' offense starts off a little slow, and that's how they're supposed to win games this year, the Eagles' offense. It starts a little slow because it's a new offense with Kellen Moore.
Which I think is
weapon.
Preposterous.
I agree with you.
Preposterous.
But if I'm trying to figure out whys, that is one of the whys. Nick Sirianni is a terrible head coach. That could be a why. The defense is so young, so inexperienced, and in certain areas not talented, that no matter how many points offensively they score, they'll always be a step behind the opposing team's offense because the Eagles' defense won't get any stops. I understand the whys.
I don't understand that one at all.
What, the Eagles' defense could be really bad?
Yes. That last year they were 30th in the NFL.
Yeah. So
and I'm going to tell you right now, they will not be worse. The worst they could ever be, that this group would ever be, is 19th.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, it's a fact.
I mean, I don't know that for a fact.
Save the damn tape. Yes, I do.
I think
there is because last year, for most of the year, till the slide, they were hovering around 14, 15. I think this year's
slide happens.
I think this year's is a more talented defense.
Right, I agree with you.
Not necessarily better yet, but more talented.
Well, right, because there's actual ceiling, and when the things were going wrong for the defense last year, there was no turning it around because that defense wasn't good. There's at least upside. There's young
players.
It
was old guys, right?
But I'm focused on this 6-6 start that ESPN has. Like, you guys really think they're going to start off that slow? And
I don't think they do.
There are people. Well, John, we had a guy that says that he thinks they're going to be 2-5 to start.
Well, there's a Tampa Bay fan who thinks that.
No, what
I'm saying is,
Mike from Phoenixville. We have a follow-up from him.
Good.
Okay, what's the follow-up from Mike?
So
that's important.
Because I asked, what is leading to the 2-5 start? Because
how are they losing to the Saints and the Bucks? And all
he has them beating the Saints and beating the Giants, but he has them losing to the Browns, the Buccaneers, the Falcons.
Right.
And look, there's a chance they lose to the Packers, but 2-5.
There is a chance they do.
That means they are underperforming, like drastically. So what is his follow-up?
No, he starts by saying he does love the show, so appreciate
Thank you.
that.
I'm not saying that. I love him. Yeah. I want to give him
You
a hug.
didn't call him a functional moron.
No, I want to buy him a beer fan fest.
He says 1,000% Sirianni is part of my reasoning. Clarifying his text a little, I see a lot of similarities between this year's Eagles and last year's Chargers. A coach that could be on the way out if things don't go the right way, an offensive coordinator in Kellen Moore they could look to institute, and then if an injury or two happens in a weird spot, it could be disaster.
Here's what I would say to that. Overlay the rosters, Chargers, Eagles. There is absolutely nothing in common. Nothing. Chargers with one of a horrendous offensive line situation.
Yep.
The Eagles with one of the strongest in football. A quarterback in L.A., who is completely unproven in big situations.
Yes.
A quarterback here who is proven on the biggest stage. He could duel Patrick Mahomes throw for throw. Their defenses, yeah, I could get you if you want to talk about that. Their rosters, they're not comparable. There is nothing about last year's Chargers that matches this year's Eagles, except if you didn't believe in the coach. Well, and I absolutely will tell you that one is viable.
And I hated Brandon Staley, and I did not want Nick Sirianni back. But I will say this. There's also a difference there. Brandon Staley would go for it on 4th and 30. Like, Brandon Staley was one of these guys that thought he knew more than everybody else. I believe Nick Sirianni at times could be overly aggressive. I think there's sometimes he's not aggressive enough, but I think he's trying to feel out the game. I think Nick Sirianni is more game feel mixed with analytics than Brandon Staley was. Just go for it.
Yes.
Remember that playoff? Remember there was that tiebreaker scenario?
And it was a Chiefs game, wasn't it? Or I believe it was
I forget what
Sunday,
they... All I know is he could have played for the tie and been in the playoffs. Instead, he tried playing for the win, and they lost. I forget the exact scenario, but he blew it. Like, the way he handled that game as the head coach of that football team, he blew it. And he blew a lot of opportunities.
I know it was a Raider game.
Yes,
I just don't remember what it was. It was the exact same.
But all I know is that guy, time and time again, like, Nick Sirianni did get to a Super Bowl. All right, and this is, look,
they were tied at the 2-minute warning.
This guy coming from a guy that won and fired. He got to a Super Bowl. Brandon Staley, you want to talk about the Jalen Hurts at least has done something, Justin Herbert hasn't? Nick Sirianni has done something. Brandon Staley didn't.
Correct.
So I can't even get to that point. There's no
comparison with that one. No, there's nothing. Except the fact is, I have anybody who wants to think that Nick Sirianni could be the new Brandon Staley, they absolutely have an idea of that they could believe something of that could be factual. How about that?
It could be.
Could be. Maybe the emperor has no clothes.
Yeah, but like
maybe he does.
I don't think you could put a coaching staff or a roster around Brandon Staley that would lead to him ever coaching in a Super Bowl. Like, I just don't think that's ever realistic.
Right.
Like, I think Nick Sirianni has some low moments when it comes to his offensive strategy, but I don't think it's complete incompetence like we saw from Brandon Staley.
All right.
Yeah, I thought Brandon Staley was way in over his head. By the way, a little bit of news in the NFL. Trent Williams, the future Hall of Fame left tackle, has signed his extension with the 49ers.
He did not,
of course.
That holdout's over.
Want to work. He did not want to do training camp.
Yeah. Now, the question is, does he struggle the first couple of weeks because of it, or, is this a Fletcher Cox sat out there in OTA scenario, and Fletcher Cox was great the year the Eagles won the Super Bowl?
I remember worrying about that, too.
Yeah. And
it looked stupid.
Ended up being fine. Now, This is literally final. This is the final hour. I mean, the 49ers play this weekend. Just like the Eagles play on Friday, the 49ers play this weekend. But who knows what he was doing behind the scenes? I'm sure he was still working.
I don't think they're worried about Trent Williams.
No, I don't think so either.
I would think, even with no training camp, he steps in and he's better than 2/3 of the guys that are in that
That's a
position.
future ballot, future first ballot Hall of Famer. All right, give us one more text there, Connor.
All right, Dave from Cape May checks in. He says, "Good morning, gang," and he hopes the vacation was good, John. He follows
It
up.
was.
Says, "I can't believe anybody would say the Eagles start soft. The Eagles offense is going to come out firing. I believe they start 3-0. I have no worries about this Brazil game against the Packers. They're winning it. Let's go, Birds."
Hell, if they're starting 3-0, there's a legitimate chance they're starting 5-0.
If they start, I'm going to tell you right now,
6-0.
If they win
7-0.
against Green Bay, they are 4-0 into the bye.
Yeah, and then they come out against the Browns and Giants. So 6-0
is very viable.
When I originally did the W's and L's, I had the Eagles losing the Packers. I'm obviously not going to be going into the show on Friday like, oh, they're going to lose. No, I'm going to be fired up, ready to rip, have I bleed green sweatshirt on, all that kind of stuff. If they beat the Packers, they're starting 6-0.
And if they beat the Packers, then where will all the gloom and doom talk go?
It'll go quiet, just like the Phillies
sort of
fans.
like where the Phillies fans are hiding now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we'll get to more of your text messages. It's been a fun show. Again, don't forget, 9 o'clock hour. Early on the 9 o'clock hour, a ridiculous top 10 quarterback list came out. Ridiculous. I'll explain more coming up. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a current.
97.5 The Fanatic. Again, thank you to our friends from the Piccalilli Inn for dropping off some tremendous food, dude. My mouth is still salivating. Like, it was so good. Awesome. It was amazing. And, of course, you can check out the Piccalilli Inn. They have one-of-a-kind buffalo-style goodies from mac and cheese, egg rolls, or chicken cheesesteaks to shrimp, scallops, and more for specials all season long. Follow the Pick on Facebook. And, again, we have two $50 Wendy's. That's coming up on Thursday. We have two $50 gift cards to the Piccalilli Inn to give away that we will do coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. So make sure you're listening throughout the entire 9 o'clock hour for your chance to win. You know what we're going to do?
What are you going to do?
We're going to bring back the old Know the Show.
Oh, really?
Oh,
It'll
fancy.
be something from the 9 o'clock hour. Remember, we used to do this when the first started, specifically from the 9 o'clock hour. So I'm not making you go back and listen to the podcast, even though you should. I'm not going to have you go back and listen to our interview from Jeff McLane, even though you should.
And it's podcasted, so we know.
Yes. But at some point in the 9 o'clock hour, something will be said. Two things to that point, because we have two $50 Wendy's Piccalilli Inn gift cards to give away.
Figure it out in there.
And I will tell you when to call in at some point in the contest line. We'll do Know the Show in the 9 o'clock hour. You can text in right now at 610-632-0975 on any of our topics today. What do we have on the text line there, Connor?
We have a lot of people still checking in on the Eagles. So we had a 49ers fan earlier check in and give his opinion. Now we have Alfie from Abington, who we know, a Lions fan.
So we've had Bucks, Niners, and now Alfie, the Lions fan.
Well, he says, those who believe your Eagles have a slow start did not bury and move on from last season. A win on Friday eliminates 80% of the concern from the fan base, and then people will move on.
And I think that's spot on for multiple reasons. The Brazil conversation has been had for a while now. Not just the violence in the streets, but the fact that you lost a home game at the link against a good football team.
That you didn't have to give up.
Right. It's one thing if you were playing the New York Giants or the New Orleans Saints. I'm trying to think.
I'd have no problem. The thing is, I still would want the game to be played there.
Right. But you lost home field, 85,000 screaming lunatics. Remember, on a Friday night, imagine how many people would take off Friday. They're off the next day on Saturday anyway.
You ready for another thought process that we haven't gone through yet, and I can't believe we haven't gotten here? Is it maybe a good thing? We had the conversation when the Phillies were in their really bad slump. Do they need to get away? Do they need to get out of Citizens Bank Park so that the first time they give up a run in a game, they're not getting booed? I'll tell you this, because we may look at it a certain way. I was at the Banner game, the opener against the Falcons, the year after they won the Super Bowl.
It was a hangover game.
They got booed at halftime. Like the Super Bowl winning team. I wonder, like, you go down 7-0.
There's different levels of boos, man. I know they got booed, and obviously it's going to be the same thing as freaking snowballs to Santa Claus. It's going to be mentioned for the next 60 years. That wasn't a hearty boo. That wasn't like a, you guys suck, boo.
I'm not saying that, but is there a thought process of the pressure of trying to back up the no collapse talk in front of the home crowd? Or even if it's just like a slow start to the game and they come back to win it? Like, is the pressure of the fan base's expectations? Because we know from the text line today, people exist who still do not believe in this team yet.
It's a very logical thing. I think that's
I'm just asking a question.
I think it's a logical question. But
I think it's logical.
I'll say this from the other side. The Packers general manager literally did the Adam Schefter's podcast and said he was happy. He's happy that his team's going to Brazil, a longer flight maybe for them, a longer flight out of Green Bay, Wisconsin to get to Brazil than he is going to Philadelphia. Not because, those ruthless Eagles fans might hit me.
It's an agenda.
No,
it makes it easier. It's easier to play the Eagles in Brazil than South Philly.
I would imagine it's still going to be more Eagles fans than Packers fans. Just a guess, just a hunch.
They travel well.
Who, Packers fans? Yeah, I know they do.
Packers fans travel well.
But even if it's 65-35, it's not 100%. Which it would have been at the link.
Totally get that. I was just posing the question because we haven't brought it up yet.
But to Alfie's original point, like if the Eagles win this game, the fear of the Green Bay Packers might be put to bed. The fear of starting 0-1 is going to be put to bed. Like this game might be what everybody's hanging on to right now. Because let's face it, the guy for Mike to say 2-5.
Come on now.
Do you really think they're going to lose to the Falcons? Because if he has them losing the Packers, that means he has them starting 0-2. Do you really think the Eagles are going to start 0-2?
I don't.
No way.
By the way, you know we think of people who listen to this show.
That
Did you know?
smart.
Do you know we have a federal agent who is a former FBI guy who listens to the show every day?
That's kind of cool.
Bennett checks in.
What up, Bennett?
It's a very formal name, as I told him in my response. He says any fan, he heard me talking about Dan Baxter, saying it's just xenophobic Americans that don't think this game should be played in Sao Paulo. He spent 14 months in Sao Paulo. He said the most dangerous place he's ever been on assignment, ever in his career. Sao Paulo, Brazil. He goes, it's not Rio.
Yeah, no, it's
Bottom
bad.
line, he goes, this is a dangerous spot. Not only for the Birds, by the way, he thinks the Birds will eke out a 31-28 victory.
I think the players will be just fine.
I think the players are going to be fine.
Go to their hotel.
I worry about the fans that are traveling.
Yes,
I really do.
I agree. All right, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we reset the show, but also this ridiculous quarterback list that came out on NBC Sports Philadelphia. But
you've been teasing this.
It is not a Philadelphia person. It's somebody that, they had to add to the content on the homepage. But we'll go through it. It's ridiculous. And we'll talk some Phillies Jays later on the 9 o'clock hour as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
It's football season in Philly. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. So coming up this hour, at some point, I will ask a Know the Show question, 2 Know the Show questions, because we have 2 $50 gift cards to give away to the Piccalilli Inn in Chemung, New Jersey, Route 206. Make sure you check them out, 866 Route 206 in Chemung, New Jersey. Visit the Piccalilli Inn this Friday for the game. Enjoy fresh-made cocktails or choose from a huge selection of domestic and craft beers. They do have a ton of beers, including the Pick's Own 1927 IPA. So they brew their own beer there as well, named for the year they opened back in 1927. So the Piccalilli Inn, thanks for dropping off some delicious food, and we'll give away 2 $50 gift cards to the Pick at some point this hour playing Know the Show.
Love it.
I mentioned a quarterback list on NBC Sports Philadelphia
That
from
was
a
ridiculous.
national writer. Yes, I will give that to you coming up in a few minutes. Fox just put out their preseason power rankings in the NFL, John. I love this stuff.
All right, give
You
us
scoff at it.
Give us an over-under number that we have to predict where the Eagles are going to fit in Fox's number. Give us an over-under number.
6.5.
Under.
So toward the top.
Yeah, they're in one of the top 6.
Connor?
It's a good line. I'll take the under as well.
Well, you guys would both be correct.
6? Are they 6?
4. I just didn't want to go
What? Wow.
I didn't want to go like 3.5.
Wow, they're 4?
So they have the Chiefs at number 1.
Okay, until determined otherwise.
I have no problem with that.
Seriously, don't argue
just
that
pencil them in. They do have the Lions at number 2. There's a lot of Lions love again this year.
The
Remember,
Lions are going to be fine, but a really, really good team. But
remember the push the Lions got last year? And they beat the Chiefs week 1. Myself included, because I listened to the people. There were a lot of betting analysts that were saying, take the Lions week 1. They're going to beat the Chiefs, and they did. So they have the Lions at number 2, the Niners at number 3. I have no problem with those being the top 3 teams. I'm fascinated by the rest of this order.
okay, wait. So you've told me Lions, Chiefs, Lions,
And Niners.
And
You
Niners.
know the Eagles are 4th.
and the Eagles are 4th.
Yes.
The other teams behind them.
I want you to take a stab at it. Because this is
Ravens have to be right behind the Eagles.
incorrect.
Bengals.
Incorrect.
The Bills?
Incorrect.
Well, the Bills can't be.
Well, I'm running out
I
of
think
teams.
the Bills are going to drop.
So
The Texans?
you're ding ding.
Are you
at
kidding
number
me?
5.
Okay, way overrated.
So the
way
Bengals.
overrated.
You guys mentioned the Bengals, Bills, and Ravens. Not in that specific order. The Bengals are the highest of the 3 at 7. They have the Ravens, the defending, the defending AFC champion participants.
Right.
They have them 8th, and they have the Bills 9th. The Green Bay Packers they have at 6. Can a team with as many questions as the Eagles might have on the defensive side of the ball, can they be 6th? And the Eagles, I would say, have less questions offensively.
The Eagles have far less questions.
I like Jordan Love more than you do, right?
You guys are anointing him. That's the
Oh,
problem.
don't you guys.
I'm not.
No,
Ray Dunn anointed
Ray
Jordan
Dunn
Love.
is because he's got that green allegiance other than, he has his second team.
I like Jordan Love, but here's the thing. I don't love Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, and Romeo Dobbs. Nice receivers. I don't love them. I'm not man, I wish I had those guys. Every team in the league, except for maybe 2 or 3, wishes they had A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson.
It's as good a there's no better. I don't think there's a better 3.
Right. So even though the Eagles' defense has questions, their offense is so good, that's why they're at 4. The Packers at 6 is kind of crazy to me.
Packers at 6 is high.
They were in the NFC Championship game, though.
The Houston thing, that
It
is
was.
totally
No,
overhyped.
the Packers were in the NFC divisional round. They didn't
were in
make
the
the NFC
divisional round.
championship game.
Yeah, they lost to the
Lions
Niners.
49ers.
Lions 49ers.
They lost
Sorry
to the
about that.
Niners.
Yes.
They won one playoff game against a choking Cowboys team, and everyone thinks
Yes.
they're the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, speaking of the Cowboys, they are at 11 on their preseason power
Too high.
rankings. The Browns are at 10.
You say too high?
Well, I'm just messing around.
Guess what? I'm going to tell you that the Lions and the Cowboys and the Browns, both of them too high. Both too high.
I'm trying to read through this. All right, and then I'll give you this quarterback list coming on. We'll get to more texts and calls. Is the NFL wide open? So
You mean sort of like the National League playoffs?
So
very similar.
So the USA Today article that we've gone through, if you're just tuning in, ESPN's Football Power Index has the Eagles starting the season 6-6. If they are 6-6, I'm quitting. Not because I'm saying there's no way they're 6-6, or if they are, I quit. No,
does Christy know this that you're quitting?
No, she doesn't.
Okay.
I don't want to handle coming in week 13 following their 6th win or 6th loss. That means they either were 5-6 and won to get back to 500, or they were 6-5 and lost to fall down to 500. I can't have that. 6-6. But anyways, USA Today, only 3 of the 6 participants have the Eagles winning the division. The other 3 have the Cowboys. And one of the guys has the Eagles not even making the playoffs. Now, here's what's interesting. They each did their AFC and NFC champions.
All right.
The NFC, 4 people picked the Packers. 1 person picked the Lions. 1 person picked the Eagles.
Okay, that's crazy to me.
None of them picked the Niners, which is amazing.
Crazy.
That's crazy to me that the Niners don't get a vote, and 4 out of 6 went
Green Bay.
Packers?
Yeah. In the AFC champion. This is where I'm slowly getting to what I'm about to bring up about the wide open NFL, not just NFC. They don't have 1 repeat. So Jarrett Bell, who we talked about a lot today, because he has the Eagles,
Lions fan.
He has the Eagles missing the playoffs. He has the Ravens winning the AFC Championship game. Chris Bombaka. He has the Bengals winning the AFC Championship game. Nate Davis has the Jets. Tyler Dragan has the Ravens. So, sorry, 1 repeat. And then Lorenzo Reyes has the Chiefs. There's no repeat. There's only 1 repeat. And so I look at this power ranking, right? Because I just saw it. You look at the bottom. Panthers, they stink.
Yeah, they're terrible.
Patriots, Giants,
right.
Raiders,
Bad
Saints,
teams. Bad teams.
Broncos. Those are 32 through 27. At 26, out of 32 teams, and I know we've had a field day talking about this quarterback and how he's never done anything. But Justin Herbert is the quarterback of the team that is 26th in the NFL.
Well, they
power
gutted.
rankings.
Yeah, but they also let people go.
I know they did, and Harbaugh.
He's trying to rebuild a culture.
But you can see where Herbert might be good enough to win 6 or 7 or 8 games.
Yeah, he's a guy that could steal you 2 games.
I'm going to tell you I disagree with both of you on that. I don't think he's a guy who's ever proven to be a quarterback.
I think he's overrated, but I don't think he stinks.
But I don't think he's a quarterback that has ever shown you the ability to steal games.
Well,
in tight
games to get to the postseason
but
somehow.
He's terrible in tight games. He's terrible in games that go down the stretch.
He might have a better coach this year.
Correct. And they're going to run the football this year. They're going to look like the 21 Eagles this year. He's going to put Herbert in situations to look better. They will not be a bottom 6 team.
Okay. So
they will not be.
And they're at 26.
They will not be.
The Commanders, who you believe will surprise some people this year, not go anything crazy,
but I think they're going to be a better team than anybody thinks.
They're at 25th on the power rankings.
Wow.
The Titans are at 24. I think they stink. The Vikings are at 23.
I think the Vikings are going to be worse than that.
They should be lower than
Vikings should be a lot lower.
Cardinals at 22. We'll see year 2 of Jonathan Gannon.
I think they're going to be better.
21 is a team that a lot of people think might sneak out of the AFC South. The Colts.
Well, I think the Colts are dangerous. See, I think that's way undervaluing the Colts.
But think about this for a second. I'm at 21, and that's a potential division winner.
So there's 4 or 5 bona fide good, 4 or 5 bad.
Are you sure? Because the Texans are 5. Are you calling them bona fide good?
Well, no, but I don't agree with this list. But I'm just saying, if we're generalizing, there's 5 undeniably good teams. Or 6, 5 or 6 undeniably bad teams, and then everybody else in the middle.
It's funny, though. Chiefs are at number 1. Again, you pencil them in, and they're done when they're done, right? But there is a thought that maybe they've played a lot of football, but they've been in the Super Bowl the last 3 years.
I'm not falling for it.
Okay.
Don't fall for it.
Right, so we should have learned this lesson from New England.
Right. You're right.
It's stupid.
The number 2 team, Lions. There's talks about them potentially taking a step back this year. The number 3 team, the 49ers, talks about them taking a step back this year. The Eagles, we think they take a step forward, but there's a lot of national people that think that the dysfunction may carry over. The Texans are at 5. I don't know what's going to happen with the Texans. They have the 4th hardest schedule in the NFL this year. Is that team ready?
No.
To take down the 4th hardest schedule and win 11 or 12 games?
No, they aren't. No, well, win 11? Yeah.
They could be.
Not a top 5 NFL team, no. I don't believe that
should be the team with the highest ceiling that you're least confident in.
By the way, 2 of the bottom 7 teams in the NFL by their rankings are in the NFC East.
Yes.
2 of the bottom 7 teams in the whole league.
Oh, that's why the Eagles
and the Cowboys are what, 10?
The Cowboys are 11th.
Cowboys are 11th. So you don't even have a team in the top 10 other than the Eagles. That's why the Eagles being 4. That's why my predictions where I talk about the Eagles hosting the NFC title game, to me, that's the first list I've seen that makes sense to me. When you play in a bad division, it really does help you.
It helps you out. Yeah,
to get high seedings and stuff like that.
Because if you go 5-1, right? We've been talking about splitting with Dallas.
Go 5-1.
You go 5-1. That's 5 of your 11 or 12 wins.
Correct.
That we're expecting you to get. But it's amazing. I see these power rankings, and whether you agree with some of them or not, like the Jets are 13th on this. I think they win their division. They're behind the Bills.
I do not.
I think they win. I'm not afraid of the Bills. That's my.
I think the Bills
thing.
are taking. I think the Bills of teams are taking the most significant step back.
So then, who else is winning that division?
Miami's going to win the
Dolphins.
Division.
You think so?
Yeah, Miami's going to win the division.
Yeah, it's your boy.
Oh, no.
Your boy got extension, by the way.
Don't dig him.
Mike McDaniel.
Don't dig him. And that's an extension based on nothing.
I know.
I mean, that is unbelievable to me.
He's done nothing.
But, no, so Miami will win that division. But we're going to into all that during the week.
Yeah, we will.
Pick our winners.
But isn't this amazing?
That is amazing. That's the most logical I've seen, though.
A bottom third team in the Colts could legitimately win their division.
So, wait a minute. So, Green Bay was picked as 6th?
They were at 6, yeah.
But Green Bay was picked to win the NFC by 4 of the 6.
No, this is for Fox.
Oh,
the power
this
rankings
is Fox.
was Fox, yeah.
Okay.
But you're right. In the USA Today, 4 of the 6 people
took
picked
Green Bay.
Green Bay winning their division, and 4 of the 6 have them winning the NFC Championship game and getting to the Super Bowl.
I think Green Bay, future arrow up. Detroit, future arrow up. But I don't believe that Green Bay's going to take a step up regular season record. They only won 9 last year. Detroit's taking a step back.
Okay.
But it might be one game.
Might be.
Not a huge. And I think Detroit's going to be one of the better teams in the NFC.
And you can be a team. The thing that people need to realize, right? You can be a team on the rise when you look at projections for the future, and it doesn't necessarily mean they play better this year. I think Green Bay has got a really nice player in Jordan Love, and they can put something together. I think Houston is a really good football team with a quarterback that should be really good. It doesn't mean automatically every season is an improvement on the last. It could be a step back and then a big leap next year. So people look at it and say, well, we think they'll be good in the future, so we're going to project them better this year. Success isn't linear in the NFL like that.
No, it's not. You're right. All right, let's go to the phones, get some texts as well, and then I will read you this ridiculous top 10 quarterback ranking list.
You've been teasing this.
Because it's ridiculous.
You got to pay this off.
All right, let's go to Scott in West Philly. Scott, good morning. How you doing?
Hi, Scotty.
Good morning, fellas. What's going on?
Hey, man.
Hopefully you guys can help me understand it's Packers love, because if I recall, Jordan Love fumbled a snap on a false start and fell over his offensive lineman. Like, he's good, but this great and them being top 5 and winning the NFC Championship.
Hold on a second. You're saying that because of one like low light?
No, because he got paid off of 9 games. Go back and look at his stats for the first 8.
No, you're right. No, he was bad.
No, he was bad. He had some bad. He had some bad.
Awful. Yeah. And they don't even have a receiver over. I think their best receiver had 700 yards.
I don't love their wide receiver core. I think Jaden Reed's actually got higher upside than Christian Watson, but I mean it's still so early.
Here's the one good thing. Wait, Scotty. Here's one good thing about playing Green Bay. We're playing Green Bay early. I'd much rather play Green Bay in September.
Yes.
Than play them in November.
Agreed. Josh Jacobs hit a wall last year. I mean, he's good, but he's never been.
He might not even be their starter.
I just think this Packers stuff is overrated. I mainly wanted to dig in you guys about the Phillies, but I just had to get that Packers beef off.
That's fine. Look, let it out, man.
Let that Phillies love out, too.
All right, what do you got on the Phils, brother?
So, John's been a record Nola hater. You've been a record Marsh hater. The city hates Nick Castellanos. But those 3 kind of been saving us a couple times this season.
Hey, I'll tell you the last 2 times out.
Thanks for the call, Scott.
And I think Connor, I saw a tweet from you the other night. The last 2 times out, Nola has given them exactly what you want. Put them in a position to win. Look tough. I'd like to see him be more efficient.
Yeah,
more efficient to me. But to me, the results, nonetheless, Aaron Nola putting it together. Do I know what we're going to see in 2 of the next 3 starts?
No, you don't.
Do I think that
could
you're
be
going to
dominance?
See,
could be.
Yeah. Do I think he's going? After seeing those 2 starts, I can almost guarantee that one of the starts is going to be incredibly frustrating.
Yeah.
One of them is going to be, but those 2 starts, tip of the cap.
And
at big moments.
And since Scott's call, Brandon Marsh has struck out. But Brandon Marsh did.
Calm down.
Brandon Marsh did have a big moment in the series against the Braves. Big moment in the series against the Houston Astros. So I will give him his credit. And you heard me, Connor, when you were sitting in John's seat.
Yeah.
I gave him credit where his credit is due.
And can I also say to you, too, every single game when Johan Rojas is in center, every single one of the games, he makes a play that no other outfielder on this team makes. Every single start. He's getting to a ball. He's creating a play. He's doing something that no one else does.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I just think, again, defense has been deficient for this team. Deficient. And I'm telling you, I'd want more defense. Dave Dombrowski and the guys in the analytics department probably feel differently. I'd want more.
Well, he's still out there basically nightly, either as a defensive replacement or
the defensive replacement to me, though, is sometimes the hay is already out of the barn.
Well, if the hay's out of the barn,
you've already done something.
That's more on the starting pitcher. Like if you can't get yourself 5-6 innings with the guys in this rotation to get to a point where a defense replacement matters, either your offense is getting no hit or your starting pitcher has been giving up more than just one play.
Or your defense doesn't make plays that would be. There were 2 plays this week, and people tweeted at me immediately, where Marsh was in center. And they were balls that would have been caught with Rojas every single time, and they weren't caught.
Right, but did they win the game?
It doesn't. One game they did, one game they didn't.
Okay, so.
But it still is the idea is that you are suffering defensively in this team in so many ways. And Trey Turner is a butcher at shortstop. He is a butcher.
I think he's actually been playing a little bit better than you give him credit for.
Slightly better. The other night he had 3 throws in one game that pulled Bryce Harper off the bag. 3 in a game.
Where the balls hit right to him?
I'm like, no. But so he cannot plant and get it to where Harper can stay on the base and even extend. Harper has to come off the bag.
Sometimes that's also a strategic move by the first base. Sometimes.
No, usually it is trying to keep. In these, it was trying to keep the ball from flying into the Phillies' dugout. Okay.
Don't forget, Bryce Harper's not really he doesn't know first base all that well. He's probably still learning.
Yeah, if he didn't,
I think Turner's actually played better in shortstop the last couple of weeks.
He is.
I'm not saying I still want him to go to second at some point.
He's a butcher. They need to, and he needs to be second baseman of the future.
You're just not going to do it.
No,
now.
He's not going to do it now because you don't want to mess with anybody's psyche.
Yeah,
don't want to have anything.
So this top 10 quarterback list.
Yes.
Now I'm torn because there are some things that I do respect.
Okay.
Because the honorable mentions are Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, and Dak Prescott. I feel like most of these top 10 lists, those guys are forced into the top 10.
Okay.
They're honorable mentions. This was written by Sanjesh Singh.
Well, he's a renowned, NFL insider.
He is a digital editor / analyst for NBC Sports. Not Philadelphia, but for the overall company.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of him.
Never heard of him, but
he doesn't even put in his bio covers any specific teams. But this made it to the NBC Sports Philadelphia website.
Okay.
At number 10, he is Aaron Rodgers. At number 9, he is Jalen Hurts. Now, we have said that Jalen Hurts is anywhere between
we came up 7.
8.
We came up 7 and 8.
Yeah,
it was right in the middle.
So 9 is lower than what we
but that's
would
okay.
have,
Okay,
but not far off
outrageous.
from where we have him. He is Matthew Stafford at 8. I have said until Matthew Stafford can't throw a football anymore, he's still a top 5 quarterback.
If Matthew Stafford had these weapons here,
yes,
and had this offensive line, this year he'd throw for 5,000 yards.
He's got pretty good weapons there with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua.
But if he's here, 5,000 yards.
Jordan Love is at 7.
That's ridiculous.
Joe Burrow is at 6.
Okay.
He's got Lamar at 5.
Oh, my
How
gosh.
in the world is Lamar Jackson at 5?
Oh, come on.
man.
Stop it.
And the funny thing is,
Stop it.
the beginning of it is here's his reasoning. The best quarterbacks give their teams a high chance at winning the Super Bowl. That's why, spoiler alert, Patrick Mahomes is the cream of the crop. He consistently gets the Kansas City Chiefs into the most important games, and despite the brilliance of others, succeeds against his challengers.
Okay.
The Ravens were in the AFC Championship game last year, and Lamar Jackson is a 2-time MVP. Last year, he won MVP, and you have him 5th.
Okay, go on.
Josh Allen is at 4.
Josh Allen should not be ahead of Lamar Jackson.
He should be in the back half of the top 10.
He should be behind Jalen Hurts.
Yes, he should be. Brock Purdy.
Oh, my God. Stop it.
As the third best quarterback in the NFL.
He's ahead of Lamar Jackson?
Yes.
Come on, stop
Purdy.
it. Stop it. Now, if you said to me, I didn't. If you said to me maybe you wanted Purdy throwing the ball into tight windows more than Lamar, maybe. But that's one specific. One specific little skill set.
I'm taking Lamar over
That is
Purdy any day.
disgraceful. That is disgraceful.
Number 2, C.J. Stroud.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Get out of here
Dude,
with this.
I like C.J. Stroud. The second best quarterback in the NFL?
No.
Obviously, it's Patrick Mahomes at number 1. But really?
No.
Stroud 2, Purdy 3, Allen 4?
That's so ridiculous.
Now, here's one thing. He's from the Bay Area.
Oh, there you go.
So maybe that's why Purdy's up there. But I want to get your reactions to this coming up. I'll let you know what he wrote about Jalen Hurts as to why he's at number 9. You can climb in on the text line, phone line 610-632-0975. We'll also preview Phillies Jays. They were off yesterday. Phillies begin a 2-game series in Toronto today. I said something to Connor yesterday that I want to run by you, John.
Okay.
The date that I have where the Phillies will be back on top of the National League. You'll be proud of this because you're Mr. Calendar.
I like it.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
3 days from game.
Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:28 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny the K is back in action after his vacation. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, my man.
I miss Avalon already, though.
Oh, I'm sure you do. It's beautiful. By the way, don't forget, at some point this hour, we will ask you 2 separate Know the Show questions. Each winner will get a $50 gift card to the Piccalilli Inn. If you're picking up for a party, don't wing it with any old pizza shop wings. Make game day special and order from South Jersey's King of the Wing, the Piccalilli Inn, Route 206 in Chemung, New Jersey. I absolutely love the pick. I love the food that has been dropped off this morning. It was absolutely delicious. The cheesesteak egg and cheese sandwich on a croissant.
You guys both were making noises that sounded like $10 porn. I mean, honestly, it was terrible. It was terrible.
Don't give up,
first of all, don't pay for that stuff
give up too many of our secrets.
The food was great. Food was great, though. Everybody loved it.
That food was
amazing.
That's tremendous,
awesome.
which is why you heard the noises. All right, so we'll get back to I want to get to this Phillies preview, but again, the top 10 list that came out from Sanjesh Singh, who is an NBC Sports digital editor / analyst out of L.A.
I swear they got somebody just from the office and said, there's a lot of vacations. Can you create some content?
He does stuff for NBC Sports Bay Area. His top 10 quarterback list. I respected his honorable mentions of Herbert, Lawrence, and Prescott because a lot of people forced those guys in there. But the rest of the list, Aaron Rodgers at 10, all right. Hurts at 9, we've said, all right, probably lower for what we would want.
Okay, yeah.
Here's what he wrote. Hurts and the Eagles enjoyed a near flawless start to the 2023 season. Wrong. But when they weren't flawless. When the close results stopped falling their way, everything gradually collapsed. Hurts' all-around game is up there among the best, but the 26-year-old will have to continuously prove he can air it out when trailing from behind while adding more running variety apart from the infamous tush-push touchdowns. Well, hold on a second.
That's crazy.
Oh, my gosh, that's terrible. He was the number 1 quarterback from the pocket in just 2022. The number 1 passer in the entire NFL, 2022.
Yeah. Also, he has a bunch of running variety. They run like 12 different types of zone reads.
Completely. Now, they weren't as effective last year, you'll admit that.
No,
but that might be more of him being banged up.
Exactly. It wasn't lack of variety.
Oh, my gosh.
Stafford's at 8. I think he should be higher. Jordan Love is at 7, which I'm fine with, but Hurts should be ahead of Jordan Love.
Correct.
Joe Burrow at 6 is too low, but I guess the injuries is why. Lamar Jackson at 5 is criminal.
It's criminal.
Josh Allen ahead of all these people is ridiculous at 4. Brock Purdy is just dumb at 3. C.J. Stroud, come on, a little too early at 2. And then, of course, Patrick Mahomes at 1.
That's terrible.
Now, Joe in West Philly has a theory.
Theory?
Let's go to him. What up, Joe? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, morning, guys?
Hey, buddy.
My thing is, I think a lot of the experts had picked Jalen Hurts to be a failure from the beginning, and they just can't handle the fact that this guy is not going down that road. That he, you know what I mean? And he is the NFL quarterback. Number one, he was the starting quarterback for the Eagles before A.J. Brown got here, before Smitty signed. He was already designated the starting quarterback. So all that kind of stuff about, him surviving on them it's not necessarily all that true. They improved once they made him a starting quarterback and they brought those guys along. I mean, I think with the winning he has done too much winning in the NFL to be constantly at the bottom of these lists. The quarterback, whether it's throwing, catch, I don't care. He's done too much winning in the NFL and has won too many big games in his short career to keep constantly being disrespected.
I love it, Joe. Joe, you are perceptive. There's nothing media members like more than to be able to come back and say, I got it right. I got it right. And when they were proven wrong on Jalen Hurts, they want to go, see, we maybe talked too soon about him. See?
Yeah.
He's going to make them look like fools. Joe, it's going to be Jalen's best year ever.
You're the man, Joe. We appreciate the call. I mean, and that might be it. Because if you look at, like, Josh Allen at 4, look, Josh Allen has had a good career. All right? He's had a good career. And I still think he's got a lot of ability.
He's got a good career.
I do think him losing his 2 best receivers is kind of alarming for him.
It's incredible.
Is he ahead of Lamar Jackson?
No.
But is this because Josh Allen, a lot of people anointed Josh Allen as one of the best quarterbacks? Remember, it was him and Mahomes 1 and 2 for a while.
Josh Allen is a terrible decision maker. Honestly, he makes worse decisions than Connor at 1:30 in the morning rolling out a garage.
I make
seriously.
solid decisions. I hit the food truck. I get a Lamb Hero. It's not as good as the pick, but it's all that's available, and I go to bed.
All right, so what's the most egregious one out of this list? Hurts down to 9, Stafford down at 8, Lamar at 5. Or Stroud at 2.
Well, Lamar at 5.
It's
Purdy,
a joint. Stroud,
a 2-time MVP being 5 is ridiculous.
And the second time being last year.
And I can't believe that I'm defending Lamar Jackson because I'm not even that big a fan of Lamar Jackson.
If you preface it about a quarterback that gives you the best chance to win the Super Bowl, there is an argument still that Lamar has not found a way to have major postseason success.
He gets the AFC Championship game.
I understand. I don't agree with the list. I'm just giving the thought process. But C.J. Stroud can't be 2.
No, he can't be.
You have to.
That's absurd.
We can marry both of these ideas between John and I, and we could put Lamar at 2 and Stroud at 5, and that'd still be too high for Stroud, but that would make a lot more sense than where it's at.
By the way, speaking of MVPs, I forgot to give this to you last week, Connor, but I'm glad now that you're back, John.
Oh, you holding out on me?
You were holding out good stuff for me to come home?
This is one of these.
I get it.
This is something where I always love this. It's crazy when you read it, even though you're not that shocked by it.
Okay.
So Trey Wingo put out a tweet on the 28th. Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, and Patrick Mahomes are the only 3 active players that have won an MVP. Now, it's not that crazy because it's a quarterback award.
Yes.
And Brady won a bunch of those, is no longer in the league. So it's not crazy that Mahomes and Lamar and Aaron Rodgers are in a small group. But the fact that it's only 3?
Yeah, it's nuts. It's right.
Think about that for a second.
Because Hurts should have won one of Mahomes's.
Yeah.
He doesn't get injured in that Bears game. He absolutely strolls to it.
Here have been your MVPs. Lamar last year, Mahomes the year before that, Rodgers the year before that, Rodgers back-to-back, Lamar, Mahomes. The last time it wasn't one of those 3 guys was Brady. He's retired. Before that, Matt Ryan. He's gone. Before that, Cam Newton. He's gone. And before that, Aaron Rodgers again.
Isn't it?
That's incredible.
Aaron Rodgers is a 4-time MVP.
That's incredible.
It feels incredible, but isn't the NBA the same thing? When was the last time someone outside of Giannis, Jokic, or Embiid won an MVP?
That's a great point.
So,
I guess you're...
I don't know what that says. I don't know if that's weird, some weird anomaly.
Nah, but here's the thing. There are more active NBA players because you've had...
Well, active, but they play longer. They're not getting their heads taken off every day.
Jokic, Embiid, Giannis, Harden still in the league, Westbrook still in the league, Curry, Durant, LeBron.
Right.
Those guys are the last ones that are
I'm saying more if you looked at that on an NFL career frame.
Right.
Like, it's been a while since someone outside
That's a good
of those
point.
3.
It's just something when I read it, I was like, wow, that's kind of crazy. But at the same time, it's not that crazy because it's a quarterback. It's basically a one-position award.
But, that's
pretty wild, though.
How does Josh Allen not have one? How does Jalen Hurts not have one? How does
Because
Joe
Patrick
Burrow
Mahomes
not
technically
have one?
bested them those years.
You know why? It's because Jalen got hurt in the year he should have strolled to it.
Yeah.
And again, December 1st, 2023, December 1st, 2022, Jalen Hurts had the best odds for NFL MVP.
Right.
Both those days. He got one was an injury, one last year he was a party to.
Yeah.
Losing it.
I know
Josh
the
Allen,
reasoning.
terrible decision making.
Well, we're talking regular season award. The guy is incredibly talented as a quarterback.
He is.
Just the skill level of some of these players, it's impossible that they don't have one yet. And yet they do, which is wild.
All right, real quick, and then we got to do one of our first of our 2 Know the Show questions. We'll do one in this segment toward the end, and we'll do one in the final segment when either before or after we do the Von C Key 3. That started yesterday. Phil's Blue Jays 2-game series in Toronto. I would love to get Chessie and say, you better sweep them. I'll take 1-1 right now.
I'll take a split
because Tyler Phillips is getting the start today. With all due respect to Tyler Phillips, he's had some great moments. He's also kind of been maybe figured out. Christopher Sanchez start, you should win.
But Chris Bassett's pitching for them. Chris Bassett's
they can be able to win.
But I want a split in Toronto.
Yeah.
and then I won 3 out of 4 from Florida. So just take care when you're down in Florida.
Right.
So take care of business here. Just don't decline. Don't just take a big
I don't think
decline.
they will. I don't think they will. Honestly.
You think they're going to sweep?
Honestly, I think they sweep, but I'll take 1-1.
I'll take 1-1.
I'm not doing the whole "you better go out."
No.
But I think they sweep. I think they turn the page.
You do feel like they turn the page?
I think the bats. I think Chris Bassett pitched well against them earlier this year.
I
but
think
they
the bats have been crappy.
I think they turn things around. I think the bats light up Chris Bassett.
All of a sudden.
I don't know. Do you remember like the start of the year how they were winning games? Like I think we look back at that and see how many games they won and treat it differently than what it actually was. They weren't like beating the brakes off of all of these teams. There were situations where, but the difference was every game they were never out of it.
Okay,
they could be down like 2-0 early, they'd come back. They could be down 4-1, they'd come back. They were just never out of a game. That's what they feel like they've gotten back to.
Well, here's what I'd say is which one of those batters, if you just go through June, no, take it up April, May into June. Which batter in the lineup is better today than they were then, other than Castellanos?
I don't honestly remember
Schwarber's not.
I don't remember
Turner's not.
Real Muto's
Harper's
first half
not.
was.
Real Muto's not.
Rojas, if he plays.
Rojas. I think sort of Rojas is the same.
I think Schwarber might lead one off today.
You think so?
I'm telling you this. He's been a black hole.
Bro, I think he leads one off.
He has been terrible.
When was the last time they faced a left-handed starting pitcher? Was it like June?
Somebody put 3 out of 4 against them in a series.
The Braves were all righties. The Astros were all righties.
Yeah.
It's both righties against Toronto. I think it was righties in Kansas City. It's been a minute.
All right, well, they get a righty again today.
Get a little momentum.
19 is the magic number. Is it all right, 19? And
I love that.
And all the panic folks.
Yeah.
The panic folks have just...
Where'd they go?
They've gone into hibernation.
Yeah, are they on vacation? Did you see them down the shore?
I did. You know what's funny is?
That might be it.
I saw so much Phillies gear, almost rivaling Birds gear down in Avalon.
Well, it's because they started winning again. And now people want to celebrate that.
It was awesome.
All right, so I mentioned know the show specifically from the 9 o'clock hour, okay? So the question, and I want the first person on the contest line to answer this at 215-263-0975.
Okay.
We just went through that quarterback list. Where was Sanjay Singh from? I told you he works for NBC Sports, but he does something specifically for a certain area in the country, and that might be why a certain quarterback was in the top 5, even though I find it ridiculous. So you can call in the first person to get it right in the contest line, 215-263-0975. Brock Purdy, number 3. It's ridiculous.
Stop giving hints.
It's ridiculous. Brock Purdy, number 3. All right, that will be for our first of our 2 $50 gift cards to the Piccalilli Inn. We will give away a second one in the final segment of the show. Again, 215-263-0975. Where is this Sanjay Singh fella from? Who does he write for? And that might be your clue, Brock Purdy being number 3. Call the contest line. Now, coming up next, we'll get to some more of your text messages. And also, we'll do the Von C Key 3. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. Still to come, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 brought to us by Von C. We'll get to that in a few minutes. I also have the second Know the Show question to get to, but I want to get to a call real quick before we get to the Key 3. Our man Jordan's checking in with a question or a statement, and I think I have a pretty easy answer for it, but let's go to him. What up, Jordan? What's going on, man?
Salciunas, what's up, brother? It's the Guru.
Oh, I know it is. I see you tweeting at me, complain that you're on hold.
I thought I put laugh out loud. I wasn't sure. But how's it going, fellas?
It's going great.
Long time.
Good, buddy.
Yeah. All right, so this is my frustration, right? And it's kind of the same thing going into the Phillies season, with the bullpen, with the bats, right? And of course, of a couple months of an off season, we all forget what we see with our eyes. Like, I don't understand. At the end of last season, even his own best friend was scrubbing social media before we went and played a horrible team.
Yeah, dude, that ain't. Oh my God, I'm tired of you people reading into scrubbing of social media. People do it all the time. It's not a big deal.
Did you give up in your head? Did you think that we had a chance to win that game because the Eagles didn't?
No, I thought the season was over. But A.J. Brown scrubbing social media. I had to talk people off the ledge all off season about that. It was ridiculous.
The point still stands the same. So now,
no, it doesn't. The point does not stand the same.
Joel Embiid scrubbed his social media a year ago, and nothing happened.
The point that we all thought the season was over before the game even happened is what I'm getting at. So now we lose the best center, arguably of all time, at least in franchise history. How is this team going to be any better than
Jordan.
that?
I don't think Cam Jurgens falls
Jordan,
apart.
I got $20 for you right now. You up for the challenge? Free $20. Okay.
What is it? Yeah,
name 3 starting centers in the NFL that aren't Eagles.
Bakhtiari.
Thank you very much for proving my point, Jordan.
That's our man.
The only reason we knew centers is because we had one that we loved and adored. It is not going to be the reason the Eagles win or lose this year is missing is because Jason Kelce wasn't there.
And one of the things that was written up on the screen was Jalen Hurts looked slow last year. When do we ever see that change for the better? He was
banged up somehow. We don't know how, though.
We don't.
None of us can speak.
He literally asked the media to stop asking about it.
Yes.
But all I know is I've seen Jalen Hurts so far on the footage that has been posted look much quicker. All right. I'll ask the next Know the Show question in a couple minutes, but it's time now for the Von C. Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Now, we are looking at it from a total local perspective.
We are.
We see this offense, and we basically went through an entire year, John, where we went, how is this offense not better? We lived through that last year. Last year, we questioned everything because we saw the talent offensively. We know what they did the previous year when they got to the Super Bowl, and they were doing nothing offensively. The defense the previous season went to the Super Bowl as well. Were they great? No. Well, 70 sacks is great, but, you saw the talent. You lost 5 starters. You go into the following season, and then they were horrible. I mean, the difference from 2022 to 2023 was night and day. It was unbelievable. It looks like it's going to be better this year. So I know that we look at it from such a local perspective. We're not diving as deep into the other teams as we are the Philadelphia Eagles. But, John, once again, as you and I have talked about this on numerous occasions, and you have already penciled them in, etched in stone, that they will be playing in the NFC Championship game and hosting the NFC Championship game. Are we missing something?
I don't believe we are, but I do believe this. I think that this is something you do in our business that might be where people, instead of missing something, where other people are missing something. We're close to this, we consume it, whatever. But we are also hypercritical.
Yes.
So I would consider that when we're positive, as hypercritical Eagles fans, then that means it's the Peter King syndrome. When I would read Peter King in Monday Morning Quarterback or Sports Illustrated, Peter King doesn't know as much about the Eagles as Jeff McLane does, but he would know the whole league. Sometimes being close to it, we always portray being close to a situation as being bad. I don't believe it's always bad.
Well, that's the thing.
Going into that.
Great run to the finish line. The ESPN Football Power Index has them winning those last 5 weeks and finishing 11-6. But my beef is that they have them starting 6-6. If they start 6-6, you said it earlier, Nick Sirianni very well could be fired.
No, I think Nick Sirianni won't be fired in season, but he'll be fired.
Okay.
Like, they will look at that as, this guy's done.
Right.
He's not doing enough with the resources we've given him. At the end of this year, unless it ends in a parade or a Super Bowl, he's done.
And 6-6 means either the defense is abysmal. I mean, bad, or the offense is not as good as we expect it to be, and that falls on one guy, Jalen Hurts.
What's your vote if someone said to you right now, let's say the Eagles, we woke up and said the Eagles were 6-6. Are we all of a common mind to say we all then would go, boy, this defense just fell apart?
Yeah, I think so. From the Inquirer, Inquirer.com, Jeff McLane. Jeff, whatever you believe the biggest issue was for the Eagles that led to the downfall, the collapse, do you think it was addressed, and do you think it will be in a better place this season?
Yeah, well, they got rid of the coordinators who weren't ready to be coordinators.
Right.
And they brought in experienced guys, and they kind of took a little bit away from Nick. That's been addressed.
Phillies, you missed a lot of fun while you were out, dude.
Well, I didn't miss any of the games.
Well, I know you watched, yeah.
It was
you missed reacting to it. Reacting to Nick Castellanos, the best player in the history of baseball. The Phillies taking 3 of 4 against the Braves. I know the final game against the Astros was horrible, but they took 2 of 3 against the Stros. We know about the 2 of 3 they took against the Royals. The Phillies seem to have finally turned the tide here. And I just want to know, have you kept in contact with those people that have the bet slips for charity?
Now, here's what I have not done. I'm not chasing any of them down because it's not over yet. But when it's done, I'm sure that they will be good people that will step in. I have 3, by the way, donations to the AACR on the line. I'm going to win all of them. I knew I would win all of them because I couldn't believe that people were willing to wager that the Phillies, 2 of them, that they would not win the division, 1 of them, that they would not make the playoffs.
Yeah, not even make the playoffs.
The overreactions on the Phillies was a horrendous bad job by so many in our fan base. So many that just sold this team completely short. If we're missing something, what is it?
Yes.
Because when you're talking about prediction, like if someone tells me the Eagles are going to be 6-6, then you're telling me that either Washington or the Giants are going to be a lot better than expected, and Dallas is going to be a lot better than expected. So there have to be cause and effect to things going, you guys are missing it. Eagles are going to be 6-6. Then, okay, tell me what's going to happen. Like when I hear Kevin Cooney and his 1-3, 0-4 start stuff, which Kevin would have the ultimate in yo face.
Yeah, if that was accurate.
If he's right. To me, I got to hear, tell me about the Saints. Like, I have to hear about these other teams because if you're telling me the floor is falling out from under the Eagles, that means other teams have to be taking a step forward. I don't see that.
Right.
As much as I don't see the Eagles collapsing, I don't see that, where these other teams are powerful, ascending teams.
Right.
I see a very weak NFC.
All right, that is the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. Oh, man, I love Von C Brewing Company in Norristown. Try out their Key 3, the OG Pills Legendary Philly Lager, the 2023 World Cup beer winner, Walking on Clouds IPA, and the Vienna Lager, which is a 2-time Best of PA winner. Visit VonCBrewing.com and find out where you can pick up your Key 3 from Von C today. So thank you to Von C being a part of the show.
We're going to hit the place up, too, soon, right?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
That's a
we're
good
going to
road
figure
trip.
out a day to go up there.
Good road trip.
Also, thank you to the Piccalilli Inn for dropping off some food today and 2 $50 gift cards to the Piccalilli Inn. The second $50 gift card will go to the first caller on the contest line, 215-263-0975, that answers this question to B Gun in the back. Who are the 3 active NFL players that have won an MVP award? Congratulations to Brandon Olierski, who won the first $50 Piccalilli Inn gift card.
Proud of you.
We'll give away a second one to the winner who calls the contest line right now and lets us know about the 3 active MVP winners in the NFL.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join our friends Pierce Phelps Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors and make a donation today to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
Johnny, it was good to have you back.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
I sent you a photo of high school Andrew.
You did.
Because John said, I haven't seen you guys in a while, so I sent him a picture saying this is how I
thought it was the Biebs, and my wife thought you went to a Beatles party.
I don't even want to tweet out the photo. It's that bad. But yeah,
I saved it.
I sent John a photo of me with the long locks from back in the day.
It's good to be all back together, isn't it?
It is, man.
Family love.
All right, the Mike Missanelli Show. He's back today after he was off yesterday. Billy C. held down the fort. But coming your way next, it's the Mike Missanelli Show. Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn back from Kansas City with the Sky Chili. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We'll be back at it tomorrow on an Adam Schefter Wednesday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.